Tonight, we're bringing this week's Flight Sim news with thanks to SayIntentions and a full recap of FSExpo 2026. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the middle of the week, the halftime show, the midweek shuffle. Welcome to the news. Great to be back. We're home. It's night time and morning time at the same time. Right. There I was on my travels over by yonder, and I came back with something hidden in my suitcase. First name Jet, second name Lag. But anyway, we're back, and well, what a time away. I've missed you guys something fierce, and tonight it's all about catching up with all the news since we were here with you last Tuesday week, and we're going to catch up with everything from FSExpo. All the announcements, all the coverage, all the hardware, the software, and the general what we got up to as we were, the model tourist in St. Paul in Minnesota. You betcha. And loads of fun and decent weather. And sure, listen, we're back here now today. And, well, I'm very excited because right. This is what we do. Murph in public is like, you don't belong there. They all agree that my tan is not that of a normal outside dweller. And I'm okay with that. So how have you been? Now, I am aware we have some football on this evening where England will hopefully... Or, they mightn't, right? Depending on your persuasion. And for anyone who's from England, as an Irishman, we love England. We absolutely love you. We just like to see you lose things like, sports and stuff. But apart from that, we're rooting for you. I'm up for the winner. It's always the safest bet. Right. And it's not just an Irish-English thing. I was talking to an Uber driver over in St. Paul, and he was from Senegal, and if Senegal did nothing else in the World Cup, he just wanted to bait the French. He says, if we beat France, I'll be happy out. Yeah, right. Come on, sports. Brilliant. So the match is on in a little while. I'm sure there's a good few of you be watching that. We'll still be here. You can't shut this fella up. And yes, it's so great to see you all back. Many resubs as well. Thank you so very, very much indeed, lads. Great to see you. It's great to be back. And Jesus, what a couple of days. Loads of news. Now, right. Aircraft news, aircraft releases. We've seen some. Scenery news and scenery releases. We've seen some. Hardware news, a good bit. Releases, not so many, and some of the biggest kind of, I'm looking forward to this in terms of news from Wind Control, when we got hands-on with that amazing looking overhead. However, I don't think it's going to be the perfect companion to your flight simulator setup that you may think. And I'll talk about that a little bit later on, you see. So anyway, it's great to see us. I'm all kitted up here of all my notes in front of me that I wrote down, on Friday in my phone. And then I transferred them over. So we're going to go through that. We also have some B-roll footage and, of course, our floor walk. And massive thank you to Mr. Two-Tone for doing the music fan job of trying to follow me around the place. It's pure chaos. It's completely unscripted, and it's just, how are you? Can I get in front of your face for a minute? And they're like, right. Some of them like it. Most of them don't, but I'm okay with that. The good news is it's 18 degrees here in Tipperary, and they're giving it up to 25 early next week for a couple of days. So we've decent weather, lads. It's quite warm in the man cave today. It's 24 degrees. Right. So we'll see how all that pans out. And of course, wherever you are in the world, hope you're enjoying the weather. Hope it's doing nice. I know there's those in the Midwest or in the mid part of that place. Tornado alert. Jesus. We flew into a tornado warning on Wednesday. You see, so we'll go through the whole thing and what we got up to and all this sort of jazz. We'll go through all that here now in a moment, but I'd like to welcome you all in. It's great to see you, as I said, and live streaming. This, when we get to hang out, this is our normal kind of day to day. When you go to when you go to the likes of a Flight Sim Expo or an FS weekend or this upcoming adventure we're going to see in Bristol a little bit later this year. Yes, the hardware and the software and developers, that's all fantastic to, get in front of, check it all out and see what's happening. But the main thing is, it's the people. It's getting to just hang out, talk airplanes, talk about the weather, whatever. But it's absolutely cool. And so many people came up and shook my hand and gave me a pat on the back. Others gave me a terrible dirty look. But most of them were all very nice and lovely. And it's a very kind of humbling experience. Do you know what I mean? You're walking around and as I've always said, if I can put one smile on one face, yeah, right, job done, mission accomplished, move on, and we continue. That's what we want to do here. We all know there's plenty of drama in the world, and this is our little escape. We escape the madness by showing you more madness. That's what happens, you see. But anyway, who's here? Look, Jesus, you cut it out now. Fairly lively. You're messing and things with stuff. Bloody hell, did you see what happened there? Does all things after happening? My screen is now gone. I can't see anything. It's going to be a long evening. Who was that now? Boise, absolute mad devil. Jesus, 10 gifted tier 1 subs straight away. Didn't even say hello. Or if you did, I didn't see it. The Boise, thank you very much indeed, lads. If you got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to the Boise here on Twitch. Do be sure to say thank you very much indeed. Also, Dazza Arab is here, gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Bloody hell, lads. Dazza, the absolute mad ticket. Thank you very much indeed. And same goes, lads. If you got a tier 1 sub, but thanks to Dazza Arab. Do be sure to say thank you. Incredible support kicking us off here on this Wednesday evening. Where did the week go? I went to bed early last night, go to bed, get a good night's sleep, get up this morning and all will be well. Now, I woke up at 3:30, fell back asleep around 7:30. Oh, jeez. And then spent the day in a state of, right. That's where I'm at. But anyway, who's here? Look, Chocks is here. A very good evening to you. Super Typhon is in the house. Sup? Welcome in, buddy. Spitfire RAF 100. You're very welcome in. Sun Jammer is here. Welcome in. Photos by Kev. Is it Friday already? It feels like Friday. Good to see you, Kev. APO Inspector, good evening. Malky Mack is here. Happy Wednesday. English. There we go. Commander Balosh. Good evening. Hope all is well. Creo, a very warm welcome to all in County Mayo. Hope all is well with the weather over that neck of the woods. It's cloudy, but it's warm. Do you know, level 7 hype train look, Jesus. CP65 is here. Uniform Goose. Good day, Goose. Welcome in. McManster, thank you very much indeed for 37 months. Cheers, buddy. Hope you're well. Viper Strike is here. Welcome aboard. And before we get into more pictures of me with shagging spiders, there's nothing. The room is absolutely as I left it. Spider free. All is well in the realm. Nothing to worry about. I'll let you know if there will be another type of, emergency. But until then, I think we've solved it. Linny Bobbins, 'tis herself. Good to see you, Mrs. 98 Vulcan is here. Greetings and salutations. You're very welcome in, buddy. Willow How Much is here. Lovely to have you back with us, Murph. Looked like you had a great trip over the pond. It was a great trip. It absolutely was. We were blessed with the weather, and anyone who was at Providence, quite a similar vibe. Like when Evan was saying he wasn't wrong. It was quite similar to Providence within reason. Depending on where you went, for the food, right? But no, it was quite good. We'll talk about all that here now in a moment. But yes, now let me see. There's more buttons. Sunjammer, thank you very much indeed for 43 months. Cheers, man. Heisenberg is here, you absolute legend. Good to see you, buddy. Great seeing you over yonder. Weedy Gaming is here. Doc Nader, good evening. Eamon, 1973, has rambled into the chat. Gibbo Ireland has rambled in. Good man, I tell you this much now, right? So we'll be chatting about these in a moment, but these brand new hats, or as I like to call them, caps, these are now live in our merch store provided to us by the lovely people, which is Gibbo, over at FlightSimTees.com. And there's a story behind these, right? Plenty of you got one, but also did the Microsoft Flight Sim team and Jorg. I was like, hey, here's a hat for you. You have to wear it on a Wednesday, when you do your gardening. Huh? Right. So they're all going around rocking the hat or the cap. Many of them have wind control and they all have them. Right, here, see my cap? See my cap. Brilliant, right? Absolutely brilliant. So great to see. Andy 11, good evening. Medic 24 Live. Happy Wednesday, bud. Hope you're well. Stu Snape is here. Hope you've recovered from the jet lag. I really haven't, and the missus is the same. Do you know, we're just in this, I don't know how, like it was an 8-hour flight across. So we got in at like 5 o'clock and we stayed up to like 10:30. Grand, no jet lag over there. It's always coming home. I tell you, knackered, do you know? Mrs. TPHI, who continues to be upside down. One of these days she'll come right, but you're very welcome in, Mrs. DK Funfly is here. Hermit something. A very good afternoon to all in Boston. How's she cutting in Boston, buddy? The Impossible Face. Normality in the evenings has resumed. Somewhat. Right? Jesus, look at this. Level 7. Eamon says, has Minnesota recovered from Murph? We drank them out of Guinness, and then we drank them out of this Hawaiian beer. Something. Hookah Light or Hookah... some Hawaiian beer. Jesus, lovely. And then Jeff Faviano put me on to Mick Ultra. Watch your calories, Murph. Right, Mick Leg Schleb something Ultra. Jeez, it's like Coors, only not as dry. It's only 4%. It's stronger than that, but it's lovely. It tasted like more. But anyway, Soaring AJ is here. Tier 3, 65 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Hope you're well. Now, let me see. Sprockets is here. Good day to you, sir. See you later. Welcome aboard. And now, let me see. Old Bald Legend. Thanks, Willow. Yeah, you sound like that. Jesus. DeRouter is here. Tier 1 for 9 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Hope you're well. Murph leaves and now we're dealing with tornadoes. And you've mad weather over there, lads. But anyway, let me see. Bell Bro, you're very welcome aboard. Happy Wednesday. Steve C is here. Welcome back. He says, hope you've had time today for the news and a few stories from Expo. We got all the news and we've all the stories from Expo. You betcha. Now, you're all checking in. I love seeing that, lads. That's a cool little feature we have, isn't it? Exclamation point, check in, all one word, space, and your location or town or, province or country. The bot does the rest most of the time. But yeah, it's cool to see. Now, let me see. Cracker, hope you're well, buddy. Who else come in the door now, lads? It's all kicking off. Bellbro is checking in. Chalks is checking in. Dan, 1878 is here. Tier 1 for 51 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Fornax is here for 42. It's been 42 years. Fornax, thank you very much indeed, buddy. And Dan, you're very kind, lads. Goblin Zeus, a very good evening to you. Hope you're keeping well. Happy Wednesday. Buttons over here, look. Cyrus T, the man of teal, has rambled aboard. Jays is tier 3 for 49 months. Cheers, buddy. Hope you're well. And well, caps off to Cyrus T, who has deployed the brand new retro and platinum liveries for the A320. Massive thanks. And also the competition that we ran to get the names on the aircraft as well. Fantastic stuff. And thank you very, very much indeed. We all get to enjoy the awesome liveries that we have for our fleet for Firefly Air, be it the amazing Alpha liveries that Gibbo created and Corn Wolf has been transferring to multiple aircraft, including those over on X-Plane, and of course to Cyrus as well, who's making the retro liveries. Incredible stuff. Lads, thanks a million. Honest to goodness, thanks a million. It's great to see. I'm Pierce is here. Good to see you. Old veteran 965. Scott, good to see you, buddy. Scott had to put up with me for a couple of days. Jesus, it was brilliant. Right? He had to put up with my mischievous madness. But it was savage crack. I have to say, it was savage crack. Scott, hope you got home okay. And, well, great to see you, man. Great to see you. Devil Fly is here. Good evening, morning. Yes, that's where I'm at. But good to see you, bud. Just Roy is here. Welcome back. Welcome in, my dude. Hope you're well. Roy, were you busy when I was away? Yes, he's been... Roy is always busy. Between his 3D printing madness and also coding technique, Roy is basically going to create his own flight sim. Right, you've heard it here first, right? Liptorius is here. Thank you very much indeed for 27 months with a prime. Cheers, man. Very, very kind. The Impossible Face. I'm Ron Burgundy. The Impossible Face, 13 months. The News Me Up Captain. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Great to see you. A. Crotty is here. Welcome aboard. Strap21. Hola. England kicks off in another hour for the World Cup. Yes. Sumner, a very good evening. He says, howdy, we're from Milwaukee. Ooh, enjoyed your walk around from St. Paul and look forward to the recap from Expo. You're very welcome in, Sumner. And, and hope you're enjoying Milwaukee. Airwolf is here. Good evening. Hope you're well. Airlock Doc has rambled in. Melting yet? I am. Is it warm where you are, Airlock? It's warm here. It's what do they call it? What's the word? It's heavy. Yeah. Oh, fierce close. That's what they say down my neck of the woods. Fierce close. What does that mean? Fierce close. But that's what it is. Fierce Wolf, looking fierce. And Wolfie, welcome in, buddy. Liptorius, good to see it. Nick is in the house. Welcome aboard. Now, so-called Jerry. See that so-called Jerry fella now. Right, good man, Muse. Jesus, though. Aaron, could you imagine if you saw that over in St. Paul, though? They'd be blessing him, you know. Blessed to be Muse. But anyway, so-called Jerry, tremendous crack. You're an absolute howl. Well, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you got home okay. Canoehead 2 is here. Happy post FSExpo. You're very welcome back. Good to see you, buddy. The Damoranian, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Two Dogs is here from Wisconsin. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Liptorius is checking in from Colorado Springs, look. Ooh. Canoehead 2 checking in from Vancouver, look. Jesus, lads. Ozymandias, tier 1 for 52 months. Thank you very, very much indeed, buddy. Insane support, lads. Thank you very, very much. Right, Anthony V, a very good morning to Anthony V over there. Good to see you, man. Now, seeing as Murph is Irish, he probably has Lagjet. Invented by the Irish back in the 11th century, jet lag. Real story. Now, let me see. We're doing well. My Tech Review. Good to see you, buddy. A lot of Zambonis, right? Zambonis now, lads. So, you had McGoverns. You had Patrick or Patty. It's not Patty, but Patty McGoverns. Patty. Right. You had McGoverns, which had a bit of a kind of a orienteering slalom obstacle course to get into because they're doing roadworks. And then you had Zambonis. And Zambonis was right on the corner of what they call 7th Street. Now, 7th Street is funny because 7th Street goes on for about 600 miles. But that's where it was. And, well, the pint, Jesus, lads, they had a lovely, and I mean it, they had a lovely pint of Guinness inside in Zambonis. Rafi was there from Aerosoft, who's brilliant crack, and he came over, and I need to have the Guinness with my Irish friend. He's German, by the way, in case you did. Right. And, well, we had a Guinness. And he said, oh, and we will split the G, yeah? I was like, yeah, go, yo, we will, yeah. So, of course, I'm a glutton. I went down to the harp, and, well, he was new, and he ended up above the G. But between us, I reckon we split the G. But anyway, we're over here now, look. Agent Presta is here. Good to see you, buddy. And great meeting you over yonder. Also in Zambonis, right? That was like the unofficial meeting place for everyone. Yeah, right. But anyway, Filthy is here. Good evening. Hope you're well. I thought you brought back an 8-legged friend, says Bellbro. No, do you know, not a single one. It's great news. The Boise, good to see you, buddy. You're in the pub on the Guinness, waiting for the English match to start. Brilliant. Now, Norse Viking is here. Good evening. Did Tipperary notice the extra power? They did. Actually, this is great. Right? They were loving it. That's the last time I cheer on Ireland, says Stu. Brilliant. Sunjammer, I don't know. Oh, wait. He has his emotes ready to go for the football. Yeah. Very good, Sunjammer. Zit, good to see you, buddy. Look what the cat dragged in. Right. Now, in a box, man, tier 1 for 26 months. Jesus. In a box, man. Thank you very much indeed, buddy. Retriever Neil is here for 22 months. Lads, your support is absolutely incredible. Thank you very, very much indeed. You're very kind. Murph, can you cheer on the USA in the World Cup? No. Goblins... Did you? Reaction. Right. I'm only messing, Viper. Go on, America. There we go. Right. I'm up for the winner. France already did great in the World Cup, says Goblin Zeus. Who do you reckon is going to win, lads? Right. Who's going to win the World Cup? It's important to note Ireland isn't in it, so we can't. Now, let me see. Doc Nader, welcome in, bud. Muse fan bursts in the door with his elbow, saying, Happy Monday. No, he doesn't. He says, Happy Wednesday. He didn't even say that. He says how he is, his mad jokes. Happy Hump Day. We got there in the end. Good man, Muse. Welcome back, and well, good to see you. Dazza is here, welcome in, and thank you very much indeed for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Cheers, buddy. Now, where are we at? We're down here, look. Cornwall. Oh, what's it like in Cornwall? Adam Controls is here. Be Janie then. Tier 1 for 34 months. Adam, thank you very much indeed. Lots of people are asking for you and about you. I may have started some rumours, but it's good to see you, man. And yeah, Vegas next year. Jesus. Would you get 3 trips out of it, maybe, Adam? Do you know? We shall see. We shall see. And pints, of course. Yes, Stu. All the pints, indeed. I think it was more about drinking a lot of pints. It was, to be fair, it was. Sparker in VR. Good to see you, Sparker. Lovely chatting with you the other day. Hope you're well, buddy. And you're very welcome in. The Boise then with 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That man is a legend. Thank you very, very much, buddy. Now, Tarnish Mossman, good to see you. Kev got the Kodiak working. Brilliant. What was it after Kev? Did they come back to you, or did you sort it? Now, there's Megan's being legend. Wait, there's Megan's being legendary. Legends being legendary. Megan's. Jesus, that sounds, of the terrible pain in me, No, don't say that. Anyway, Flo Calla is here. Good to see you. Who else come in the door? Welcome to a night shift, Murph. Isn't it? Run Shotgun. Nice to hang out at Expo, Kev. Good to see you. Canadian. And we were there in the bar, and the first CRJ took off. That's no way, that's him. And then the second one took off, and yeah, that was him. Great seeing you, buddy, and just getting to hang out. It was awesome. Oz Nomad, thank you very much indeed for 40 months. Cheers, buddy. Probably Pete, good day from Arizona. It's 43 degrees. Jeez. The heat. The hottest we had was, I think it was 34 degrees on Wednesday? Hab. And I mean now, that was Hab. Hot as, but right. But then it cooled down into much nicer weather. It was very nice. Biku is here, good to see you. Tomcat is here. Surly Dev, good evening. YOLO is in the house. Welcome aboard, lads. Tomorrow until next Sunday, 32 degrees, says Roy. Jesus. Mrs. Daza has been researching Scalarchy. There may be trouble ahead. Listen, we need a very compelling story. Yes, the price, but they also include the Dream Maker. Isn't that right, Dazza? The Dream Maker, if you suffer from, insomnia and terrible bad dreams, Scalarchy makes them... I was going to say happy dreams. Let's go with better dreams. I should do their marketing. Would you like better dreams? You want Scalarchy. They just sold more unit. Right, I'm just saying. But anyway, Zambonis for the win. Indeed, Scott. Sarah Doman is here. 11 months. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Where's this now? English Murph. Spills G is here. He says, hey, buddy. New to Flight Sim, but been learning loads. You're very welcome in. That's what it's all about. Do you know, the amount of people at Flight Sim Expo... Evan did the question on Friday, show of hands, is this your first time at a Flight Sim Expo? I did the same on Sunday. And, of all the hands that were raised, man, I'd say 70% were brand new people who have never been to a Flight Sim Expo before. And of that, a large contingent are brand new to flight simulation. They're brand new to our hobby. So if there was ever a statement to be made about, where's our hobby currently at in growth mode, it's very healthy, very, very healthy. So many new people coming in. And I think, everyone in the hobby already, be it flying or making content or making software or hardware or whatever, I think we need to double down now, because we need to make sure that the new folks are onboarded, because there's so many things. When you consider it, there are so many things when it comes to flight simulation now. The types of flights, the hardware, how do you get your computers running? Are you a console? You know, are you using VR? Are you a desktop pilot? Are you using motion? Right? Are you using HOTAS setups, joysticks? Do you fly airliners? Do you like the helicopters more? Do you like, you know what I mean? Then you get into like things like the activities. Red Bull air racing is a thing now. It's a thing where before it was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Now it's like, no, someone lit a fire under this. This is now a thing. It's a massive, massive hobby now. And for new folks coming in, it's got to be a little bit daunting. You know, where do we start? What do we do? And the biggest thing that I didn't mention out of all of the flight sim stuff, community. So many different communities. And the good news is, it's like Howard said this on Saturday, Forder, you know, he was saying, it's like anyone who's done real world flying, if you've gone for a discovery flight or you want, you know, you went and did your PPL, for example, you tend to shop around for a CFI. Right? Your CFI, your certified flight instructor, because the reason why you shop around, it's not just about the knowledge base. They're a CFI, they've passed the test, they're able to teach, but chemistry is so vitally important. A lot of people do that as well if they want to learn how to drive. You know, I went with that fella, didn't like him, I went with someone else, and it was grand. Do you know what I mean? You need that chemistry. And the good news is, inside of the flight sim ecosystem, we have many, many, many different people, all with different kind of styles and traits and crazy, right? That you're bound to find someone that you like. So it's pretty cool. Absolutely brilliant. DGS is here. Tier 1 for 33 months. Cheers, buddy. You're very kind. Good to see you, man. Where is this now? Spider and Murph's Drawer. I missed you. Thanks very much. Right. Flying Tonight is here. I was surprised America let you in. I was more surprised when they let you out. There was a bit of crack getting in and out, but we made it. All was well in the realm. Vacuum is here. Good to see you. I just gifted 10 subs and realised mine expired. I could have gifted myself. Yeah, Boise, you big idiot. He forgot to gift himself. But thanks very much. Mech Manser gifting a tier 1 sub to Spills. Dude, thank you very much indeed. Welcome in. And Spills is now a member of the channels with a fancy new badge look. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Zybok Doc is here calling from Denmark. Hello from Tipperary. Hope you're well. Where is this now? Kona was the Hawaiian beer. That's right, Jerry. Yeah. Jez, it was lovely. Lovely. Now, Honolulu, something like that. Jez, all my things went moving. Doc Nader. Now, let me see. Mick. Yeah, the stuff that they're selling at the World Cup stadiums. Mick Ultra. It's very nice. Very, very nice. He isn't paying attention to the scroll. He will get it later. Wait, what happened? What did I do now, Scott? Oh, wait. It's all right, it's busy. Right, now, we're catching up here now, lads. This is brilliant. Buttons. Zybok, thank you very much indeed for 46 months. Jesus, man, thank you very much indeed. We've more buttons here, loads of more check-ins. Great to see so many people checking in. Big Al is in the house. Welcome in, Al. Hope you're well. Now, Energizer. Jesus, would you look at the tan? I got absolutely scalded one of the days. It's brilliant. We were sitting out eating a slice of pizza, and then I found they'd had like a bakery where they do cakes and things, and I had what was called a Napoleon slice. Didn't look like him at all, but sure, listen, and we got absolutely scalded. It was warm, very warm. It was lovely, absolutely lovely. It's good to see you, Energizer. Hope you're well, man. Hope you're well. Now, Jalagod is here. Good evening. Buttons now, Murph. You can do it. All the check-ins. Good to see your accent hasn't changed, says Big Al. It was funny because when you're over there, for the vast majority of people, I speak very fast. What? No, you do. No, I do. Right. And when I try and slow down how I'm speaking, I kind of swing into like an American accent, and I don't know why, because I like typical, right? We were inside in a pub, and we were getting dinner, and Mr. Two-Tone asked for water. Now notice how I said water. That's how you say it, right? But the Americans call it water. So, and a glass of water, please. She's like, huh? Sorry, what you want? And I was like, she wants a water. Oh, water, no problem. Right, so brilliant, right? I'm like that international translator thing from Star Trek. Yeah, right, brilliant. But anyway, now we're moving on here, right? Loads of buttons. Goblin Zeus is here, 65 months. Goblin Zeus, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Jesus, 65 months though. Right. Jesus. Off to the Silverstone Museum on Friday, says Eamon. Nice. Complete Freedom is here. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Now, There's buttons here, lads. We're expecting 37 to 49 by Friday. 49 airlock, Jesus. 30 degrees in the flat, had to escape it earlier, says the Impossible Face. We don't have that. Wait, 37 to 39. Yeah. 49, I was thinking. They were telling me, though, out in Death Valley. Ed was telling me from Parallel 42, they went out there for a tour one year, and it was 50 degrees Celsius in Death Valley. 50. Good luck to you. Hot as, yeah, that's right, Eamon. Hot as that, indeed. Now, let me see. We're catching up here, lads. Where's this? Mugan is here. Yes, back today. Our first stream back. Yesterday was just a day of exhaustion. I was knackered yesterday, but all doing well today. We're back in the saddle. Manx is here. Good to see you. Murph has a tick. He greets 100 times like we do in the army. I love it. Will you guys all come in and say hello? I want to say hello. When are we going flying? Shut up. You're in the wrong place. If that's the sort of stuff you want, if you want to just come in and immediately go flying, you may have to go somewhere else. I mean, we do go flying at some stage, you know, but this is what it's all about. We are a community. We are a club. We are a social experiment. And it's great. Right. You know. Now, so shag off. Yeah, right. Anyway, moving on there, quick look. Buttons here now. Muse drink is brilliant, Adam, isn't it? Oh, Jesus, shocking. Absolutely. Do you know what's actually scary? There's more hair on the back of that picture than there is in the back of me head. Did you see that there was a... Who was it? Was it Mr. Squaredy took a picture of the back of my head and I was like, mother of... There was nothing there. Right. It was a shape. Murphy's trying to communicate using pictures on the back of his head. What's he communicating? A desert. There was nothing there to show off at all. Very sad, very sad. That's why I wore my hat on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. You see? Genius. But anyway, we'll continue on. Who else come in the door here now? Winner of the World Cup will be the advertisers and the companies. Listen. Well, they will. The winner will be the one that doesn't lose. Oh, very insightful words from the wisdom from Retriever Neil. Yes, I agree. I fixed it in desperation. I installed the 2020 version, overrode that with the 2024 version, and bingo. Ooh. Rhoda Shotgun says, yeah, it was a great flight in the CRJ. CRJs are amazing because if you're anyway winter ready inclined, they tend to put, like, they'll move you. Can you sit over there, sir? Yeah, why? You're, ballast and, balance. Jesus. Right. Brilliant. Mustafa is here. Good to see you, man. Jays, we had the crack with Mustafa. We did an interview on Friday. We hung out on Saturday. We did a stream on Sunday, or on the stage. We hung out on Sunday, and we hung out Monday. An absolute pleasure hanging out with Mustafa. A terrible, terrible nice man. And we got up to all sorts of mischief. Great to see you, buddy. Hope all is well. Now, Mugan, thank you very much indeed for 15 in a row. Cheers, buddy. Scalarchy makes expensive dreams. They do. DGS says, it's 28 degrees here today. It's supposed to be 30 on Friday near London. Jesus. Frankenstein is here. Steiny, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Rob Dag is here. Welcome in. Now, let me see. Did we catch up? 20% were brand new people. Just brand new people, yeah. Infants, yeah. If you have time tomorrow, what Ford will do is recap at 10 p.m. your time. Sweet. Yeah, we're doing VATSIM tomorrow, so we'll be around. V Pilot, hello. Hope you're well. Hermit Something says, if there were so many new people at Expo, I wonder how many were local Minnesotans. Not an awful lot. A few, but not as many as you would think. Do you know what I mean? Murph having a style. I do have a style. Shut up, Lenny. Leave me alone. I have a lovely style. Brilliant. Velo, good evening. Hope you're well. The Tennessee Texan is here. Welcome aboard. Billy Bells. No, wait. Billy's Bellies. Good to see you. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, man. Good to see you, Billy. Welcome in. Now, the Aviator says Expo was fun. Didn't see us at her booth, though. Your booth? Which booth? We got to everyone's booth. Or did we? No, we did. Were you there at the time we went looking? I'm pretty sure we got every booth in. Pretty sure. Now, let me see. Because it's water. Listen. Water. Yeah, it's like water. Council juice. Very good. There's no friggin' ore. Water. Wait, water. Old Veteran, thank you very much indeed for the gifted sub. Over to Moose. You are very kind. Cheers, buddy. 20% tip for the water. Right. Some we tipped, some we didn't. Right. Now, who's this now? Flo Calla is here. Good to see you. There's a reason why they call it Death Valley. It's freaking nuts, isn't it? Rob Dag was in Egypt before. It was 52 degrees. Jesus. We're 30 seconds into the welcome. Oh, we are. We're 30 seconds into the stream. Good man, so-called Jerry. Where's this now? And for taking the crack out of Murph. Oh, well, I did. That's a natural. That's what you get to do. Photos by Kev says, 0 sleep last night. Babysitting Piper after minor surgery to remove a grass seed. Aw, dude, really? Doc Nader came for the flying, stayed for the welcome, and complimentary water. Right. The back of the head picture needs to be updated. Toto2495. Hello to you and to Mrs. Toto. Hope you guys are keeping well. And happy Wednesday. Derek is here. Good to see you. I see a bald spot and I want painted black. No! We had 36 degrees for a few days, says CP. Really? Jeez. Or just biologically round. Wait, what? Flockstrot is here. Good to see you, man. You're very welcome aboard. The Possible Phase says, I have a 16-core 5900 XT arriving in the next few days. Ooh, fancy. RDW, good to see you, buddy. Welcome aboard. And then there were pints with the Mustafa. Many pints. Yes. White Lig is here. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Did your new stuff toy show up yet? No. Shh. Say nothing now. That'll just, Flox says, what an amazing weekend. Great to have opportunities to meet up and hang out and check out the hardware and software and everything. Flox, it was so good, buddy. So good. And just catching up with the crew and seeing everyone. Dude, it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. But yeah. Absolutely fantastic. Jurassic Jets. We were down at Jurassic. Oh, we maybe didn't do it on the walk. We didn't do it on the floor walk. I think of B-roll, though. I think we have B-roll. Echo 19 wasn't there on Sunday. No, he can only do the one day. So we caught him on Saturday. A couple of exhibitors only did one day, which I thought was, Sunday was very chill and relaxed, which was interesting. You know what I mean? Right, quick jump over. Jesus, it's busy. Northland Air is here. Good evening. PDX Thundra, welcome aboard. Bat is in the house. Good to see you, man. Hope you got home okay. Joseph Jolly is here. Kieran Nile. Welcome in, Kieran. Happy Wednesday. Joseph Jolly, good to see you again. Anna Crustis is here. JP is in the house. Jim Bridgemon. Hello, Jim. Leonardo da Vinci is in the house. David White, good evening. Hope all is well. There's a good chance that the US will play England on July 4th. That'd be hilarious. Right, Mr. Martini is in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Nice to say hello to you last Friday. Dude, great seeing so many people over there. Absolutely incredible. Nice to tech you is here. Kong is in the house. Kubi, Montana. You're very welcome aboard. Happy Wednesday. Shenanigans with Murph is the best. Thanks to so-called Jerry for slapping a Symphonic sticker on me back. Right. There I was walking around the place and people started kicking me for no reason. Brilliant. Steve Stavros is here. Shamrock Minimums, good evening. Garvey's Point, welcome aboard. Hello from Bretstar, County Mayo. You're very welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Now, let me see. Ryan D, good to see you. Sergio Costa, good to see you, Sergio. Hope all is well. Now, let me see. 95 degrees in Orlando, Florida, says Joseph Jolly. Jesus. Sugar Sand is here. I'd love to see more VR motion controller support. It's hard to tell what planes have it. Well, the aircraft don't necessarily motion. Wait now, VR motion controller support. Not quite sure. Like anything's VR compatible. The motion rigs will work with anything. So I wonder. Cloud Strider, good to see you. Where is this now? My Coffee is here. Good to see you. Black Sheep Gene. Yes. He says, yes, you have hair on the back of your head, but it will disappear as soon as the raccoon jumps down. Thank you, Gene. Good to see you, bud. Now, let me see. 28 degrees here. Jesus. And yeah, Sergio, good to see you, buddy. Hope all is well. Now, I'm sure you're very disappointed that Vegas is now the home of Expo. We'll talk about all that now in a minute. Yes, absolutely. Right. Yeah, no, that's more accurate. There's even less than that now. It's terrible bad. Terrible bad. Right, we're catching up here. Roy says, for those who are looking for some performance increases, there's a new app called CPU Set Setter. It's a cleaner version of Process Lasso. Ooh. Steve says, did you have a chance to talk to the people from Microsoft and Asobo? I watched their presentation. I did. So, we'll stay on this screen for a while. I've nothing to show you over here for a little bit. There's buttons at play here now, lads. Frankenstein, you absolute mad ticket. You mad ticket. 10 gifted tier 1 subs going out to the community right here on Twitch. Steiny, thank you very, very much indeed, man. Lads, if you just got a tier 1 sub, thanks to the legend that is Frankenstein, do be sure to say thank you. You're very, very kind, buddy. But yeah, we're going to stay on this screen for a moment because I want to just talk through what I got up to and then the announcements, and then we'll come across over and we'll go through all the news and the announcements. Is that fair enough? Because, well, there's quite a bit. And SoCal Jerry is going to say it was his idea. But no, because I've notes here in front of me. So I'm going to talk about it. So Wednesday, we went to Dublin Airport on Wednesday. We left here at just after 7 in the morning. Jesus! There's more of it, look! DGS with 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Lads, what's gotten into you tonight? Thank you very, very much indeed, though. Lads, we got a tier 1 sub with thanks to DGS. Do be sure to say thank you. The man is a legend. The legend is strong. Airman is here. Welcome aboard. Hope you're well. Mr. Martini says, you think St. Paul was a tad warm? Oh yeah, it's going to be warm in Vegas, but it's a different kind of heat, do you know? But anyway, so yeah, we left home just after 7 o'clock, and we drove to Dublin Airport and parked the car, short-term parking with the concierge stuff. It's just the handiest way to go. And we went in. And we went through security and all the jazz, and we went down to meet up with Jeppesen. So Jeppesen flew in from the UK into Dublin, as did half the parish. They all flew in from the UK to go via Dublin. So we caught up with Jeff for a while. He was on an earlier flight. So how are you, Jeff? And then myself and the missus, we went for a cup of tea. Well, we didn't. I went for a pint of Guinness. In fact, I had several. And then Chewy came along, because Chewy, of course, was flying on the same flight. So we're hanging out with Chewy. I was drinking me pints of Guinness, and it was great looking at airplanes. Sent a couple of photos on Discord, and the pints were flying. It was lovely. And then Raoul joined us from FS Reborn. Raoul was there. So the 4 of us were all on the same flight, and the flight was full of, Scottish men with kilts, because, of course, they were heading over to the World Cup, right? So the crack was 90 in Dublin Airport. So we hopped onto our Airbus A321 XLR from Aer Lingus. Smart flies, Aer Lingus. Jesus. But anyway, we got into it and it was grand. Jeppesen is here. Good to see you. He says, hey, good evening, Murph. I won't boast too much about beating you across the Atlantic. You even pushed back before me and we managed to sneak in front of you on the runway. You were number 2 behind you. Joking aside, it was a great expo and great crack with all the folks. It was hilarious. We flew out ahead of Jeppesen and he landed before us. The difference between an A321 and an A330. He went higher and faster and had way more comfort on board, I'd say. But yeah, dude, as always, great to catch up with you and hang out. It was amazing. But yeah, so we went out on Wednesday and had a couple of pints at the airport, onto the plane, and that was either yawning, trying to get a bit of a kip, and watching just the iPad, just watching a bit of TV and whatnot. And the food is crap. Anyone tells me the airplane food is nice, it's not, it's crap. So that was the end of that. So anyway, we landed, and we were told, of course, Jeppesen told me that there was tornado warnings, and we're looking at the map going, be gob then. And then when we were coming in, typical Aer Lingus, the pilot comes on over the blower. It's going to get fierce bumpy now, lads, but don't worry, we've done this before. And then the cabin crew are coming up and down. It's going to be fierce bumpy now, lads, but don't worry, we've done this before. So we had to kind of go very north, and then down. But we get in. We were a little bit late, but nothing major, like half an hour late. It was grand. So at the airport, collected our bag and baggage, and then we got an Uber. Myself, who was in the Uber? Myself, Raoul, and the missus. We went down and got an Uber, and 25 minutes later, we're at our hotel. And we were looking around, and we said, Jesus, the amount of roadworks inside St. Paul. They just decided, right now is the time we're doing, like, all the roadworks. So there was a lot of construction going on. Jesus. But it wasn't too bad. So we got in. We met up a fella called David as well. We were hanging with him. So we went out for a couple of pints. We went down to the Irish bar, McGovern's, and got a big massive burger with pickles and fries and all the jazz. It was lovely. Tried a pint of Guinness. It was only fair to middling, and a couple of pints, and we met up then with Arch and with Tex and a few others, right? So a couple of pints, nothing major. So we made it till about kind of 10 o'clock ish, and then we headed back to the hotel for some sleep, which was grand. So we got up then on Thursday morning, and we got breakfast, and breakfast consisted of dinner. There was two Belgian waffles, massive waffles, and then they put like fried chicken on top of each of the waffles. Then they had streaky bacon and like different. Oh Jesus! There was eating and drinking in it, and coffee. So that was breakfast, and I said, yeah, I need to walk this off. So we went out for the walk then after breakfast, and I put up a video on Discord. We saw a train. Literally in front of me, a train, an Amtrak drove by. So we went out for the walk, and it's walked down to the Mississippi, because that's where the river runs. It's just like, isn't it the Mississippi's like the second longest river in the States? Is that right? Iowa Scotsman is here. Hans Gruber, good to see you. And so yeah, it was full on. So we're now walking along the Mississippi. Beautiful area down by the Science Museum. Very clean. People out gardening. Beautiful fountains. Very, very nice. Very nice. And all the bridges, of course, going over. Incredible stuff. So we're walking, and then I suddenly realised that we're a good 100 feet below street level because, well, I suppose flood defence systems and all this kind of jazz. And the only way we had to go up, it's the longest in the States and the third largest in the world. It's a big old river, you know. We'd have one in Ireland, but it wouldn't fit. Britain is here. Good to see you, buddy. Joel, it was great catching you over in place of that place. Welcome in, man. But yeah, so we then said the only way to get back up, we had to go back the way we came, and we're like, well, sure, there's no crack in that. And we actually came down past a number of old houses, and they're all kind of Scandinavian design from the 1850s. Beautiful setting. It's what you'd see on the TV. That's the setting. Beautiful estates, really old houses, real tall houses, and it was nice. So we rambled down and we said, well, look, we have to go up these steps. Now, when I say there were steps, right, Jesus, now there were steps. The fire crew, the local fire crew were practicing training on the steps, just walking up and down, you know. So we get about halfway up, you know, and I say, Jesus, there better be a slide up here. They got the joke. So we continued walking, and at the stage I'm now saying to Mr. Two-Tone, just don't look up. What? Don't look up. There's another 1,000 steps to go. So eventually we got up to the very, very top. And, you know, and who did I bump into? Only Seb and Martial. And they were standing at the traffic light. Ah, how were the men? And, well, they must have thought I was having an issue. But anyway, I said hello to the two gentlemen as they were going to cross the road. And I love French people because they're so nice, right? Jesus, we just got a raid from Kenko with a raiding party of raiders. Welcome in, lads. Happy Wednesday. Hope you had a great stream, buddy. We're just doing an L recap, but this is like, you know, the Murphy version. Yeah, we'll cover the news and all this, but this is me just talking, you know, for a minute. Do you know what I mean? Welcome in, though. Lads, you're very welcome. Hope you had a great stream. Lots of news over the last few days. So, yeah, so I'm there. Me and the missus in the middle of St. Paul on Kellogg Boulevard. Nothing to do with the cereal. I'm completely out of breath. And there's Martial and Seb. And I love French people because, as I said, they're lovely. And they're standing because, you know, the traffic light dude is red. Was he all right, lads? Ah, Murph, good to see you, yada, yada, yada. I said, are you trying to get in? Yes, you're trying. We're just waiting. I was like, no, you need to go up the stairs and cross over. Ah, okay, well, you know, but lads, how long are you standing here? Oh, we are waiting for the light, about 10 minutes. Ah, brilliant. It's like 10 minutes just standing waiting. Love the French. No, go up the hill. So to get in, and that was grand. And we then headed back to the hotel. Quick shower. And, hey, Tom is here. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome in, man. Quick shower, and then we headed out to this place called the Mall of America. Now, everything's bigger in America, and anywhere you go, they'll tell you the world's largest mall, you know, or the world's largest drink. You get that a lot. But this actually is the largest mall in the United States. It's absolutely massive. I think it's five floors, 5 stories. There's 500 shops in it. Restaurants, food courts, cinemas, roller coasters. They got roller coasters in the place. It is absolutely massive. So we headed out to the mall, and the Navigraph lads were drinking pints. It was brilliant. And we went in and I went to a beef jerky experience. One of my objectives, of course, going to America, I needed to get me some beef jerky. You know, right? And I did. It's the beef jerky experience, and they let you taste the stuff before. Ah, brilliant. So I went in there and I got loads, and we went for dinner. We went to Shake Shack for like a spot of lunch. It was actually really, really nice as well. Shake Shack is brilliant. But anyway, got a couple of shirts and, they picked up the young fella stuff, this kind of crack. Because it was raining, and it was actually grand because for the duration of time we spent there, by the time we were finished and we got back to St. Paul, it had stopped raining. So we went from like maybe 10 o'clock till 2:30 or something. Good bit of time there. So we came back then. And at this stage, well, everyone's starting to come in now. Wednesday was quiet. Thursday, a lot of folks start arriving on Thursday. So Scott came in. We met up with Scott. I think Moose was in, and a few others started to drift in. And we met up then with the lads in Parallel 42. Edson was there with his dad, and Kevin was there, and Jeppison, Ed. Everyone was there. And we were just hanging out for a while. Raoul was there. So Thursday, we went into the event to get our passes. You can do that on Thursday. So we went in, registered, caught up with all the crew in there. Phil was there, Evan was busy, and just catching up with Tom and just the Flight Sim Expo crew. Great to see the lads. Caught up with Sheed and just chatting, having the crack. So we got our passes and we went back to the hotel, showered up again because it was hot, and then we went out for dinner and the lovely pints. And of course Thursday was quite busy because lots of people just arrive. So we had a fairly late night in Zamboni's, right? Couple of pints. Sheed is doing very well. He's a terrible, terrible nice fella. And so that was the crack. We had a couple of pints on... Jesus. We had a couple of pints. I say a couple, right? We drank the place out of friggin' the Kona stuff first and then the Guinness. Right? And that was in Zamboni's. So went to bed and then got up the next morning because Expo was kicking off at 12 o'clock. So we had to be there for 12 o'clock, which is grand. We got up, we had breakfast and ready to rock, right? Jared is here. Good to see you, man. Met up with Jared from SayIntentions. We had Marigin from SayIntentions. There was pints everywhere. It was great. So Friday into the expo, catching up with loads of people, just people who you just don't get to see for minimum a year, and then others, first time you get to meet them. It's an amazing experience. From my perspective, it's absolutely amazing because, as I say, as we're here in this environment, well, a lot of the time it's a screen name, and then it's amazing when you get to know the person behind the screen name. It's just an amazing experience. So we got in, and it was upstairs we had to go. Plenty of security there. Like, it didn't feel overwhelming. Like, they just, you go through like the metal detector, throw your bag in. It was nice. There was no messing or there was nothing uncomfortable about any of that. It was all very, very nice. So we go in and we're now checking out all the different areas upstairs. And Forder was doing all these SayIntentions seminars. He was doing training seminars with groups of people, a lot of them brand new to all of this. So Howard is doing his thing. I'm floating and listening, seeing what's happening, and then we went into the main event hall, and it is the largest. It was the largest event hall for an expo I've seen. I think they had about 1,200 chairs put out, and if I was to safely say, it wasn't full, but it wasn't like empty either. I say there was probably 1,000 people in there. Like, there wasn't that many empty seats. The only places you would see an empty seat are in the far sides of it. And even at that, there wasn't that many empty. There was a great crowd there for the Friday announcements. And of course, on Friday then, they changed how all the announcements work, where before you could have a developer on talking about all sorts for ages. And then we joined the 0 by adding a 1. And when we did this, it didn't work. So and you're... Jake, get off the stage. Right, so there was none of that, thankfully. Everyone who was there, they had about 5 minutes, so had to stay snappy. And how they worked it was video, someone on the stage. Video, someone on the stage. Then we got kind of like, there was 2 breaks, so we got up a little bit of a break, out you go for a bit of air, and then come back in again. So it flowed very, very well. Mustafa was looking after the MC, so he's the voice that you can hear, and that came after Evan's kind of introduction and welcoming everyone in. It's great to see. So there was lots of announcements. So Thrustmaster, they were the first ones on the stage. Now, there was a lot of hype behind Thrustmaster. All this hype, we're back, we've a big announcement, but they announced a yoke and a throttle. I mean, let's be honest, they announced a yoke and a throttle, not exactly like cutting edge, but what is important about it, Thrustmaster are on the go since 1990. And for many years, they dominated flight sim hardware. Then, of course, they do the racing and then the space sim stuff, but they do a lot of everything. So 1990 since they were there. So Thrustmaster went ahead, and we'll have more pictures on this when we go through the news. Thrustmaster have targeted themselves as the entry-level point, ideally for console, but you can use PC as well, because they presented what they call the TCA Sky Yoke, right? Now, the yoke... it'll work on PlayStation or Xbox or PC, right? And what's important about this, you have a standard yoke, but they also have a trim wheel and a throttle built onto the yoke. And the pricing is quite aggressive. In terms of how it looks and feels and operates, it's a yoke, right? You get the full turn, right? And the motion of travel, it's not bad. It's very close to what you get with the Honeycomb Alpha. However, the Honeycomb Alpha is not compatible with console. You have to get the gadget, right? And the pricing. A Honeycomb Alpha, I think if you buy it today, it's like $299. Thrustmaster announced this for $199. So, by default, Thrustmaster have now absolutely positioned themselves, I think, as the entry level into sophisticated hardware that will completely change your flight sim experience if you haven't gone with control peripherals before, right? And the kit looks good. I like the design. It doesn't take up that much space, but then again, for the size, you're probably saying it should have maybe motion, it should have force feedback, it should have haptics. It doesn't. Nothing. It's very much like the Alpha, but it feels good and it looks quite good. So it's $199. That's $100 cheaper than the closest competitor, right? So I thought that was good. And also they announced the new throttle quadrant, which has a throttle, prop and mixture three-way. And I think that's $70, $60 or $70. And they're all scheduled to release at the end of September this year. So that's quite good news. So it wasn't the, hey, we're doing a big thing again. It wasn't that at all. I mean, the hype was just over. They didn't need to hype it, I think, because I just didn't think it was that big. But very, very good product. And definitely think about what Thrustmaster have done from the early days. I mean, you're talking the Warthog stuff. Anyone who got serious into flight sim had the Warthog. Then they got the Boeing yoke and the Airbus stuff. They are plastic. The Boeing yoke, because it's that pendular yoke, most people are happy with it. The TPR pedals, I still think, are some of the best pedals you can get. End of story. And then there was a bit of a break. Do you know what I mean? So it was good to see Thrustmaster back for sure. And as I say, it's aggressive pricing, which is good for us because it lowers the barrier. And this stuff works on console, especially the PlayStation lads. They now have a very good yoke and throttle for under 300 quid. I think that's very good. Very, very good. So that was Thrustmaster. Next up then, a couple of videos. Then we had SayIntentions. Brian came onto the stage for SayIntentions. I was very impressed with what SayIntentions announced. They had 3 announcements in the couple of weeks leading up to FSExpo. And then at FSExpo, they had 3 more announcements, and each of them doing their own thing. So the gist of it from SayIntentions, Brian started off, and he was talking about the inclusiveness, working with other developers within the flight sim ecosystem to get the very best out of both products. So they announced 3 things. First up, he invited Edson out onto the stage from Parallel 42, and there's this new feature from SayIntentions called spotting. Now, if you have SayIntentions, you need to have chase plane, and then this spotting feature works directly with SayIntentions. The idea being, you'll be able to have the option, if you're flying along or if you're taxiing or even at the airport and you're listening to the AI ATC, it'll either automatically push the camera to what's talking, or you can select it yourself and say, oh, there's a plane on final. Camera over to that plane, and you'll look at that plane coming in. This is quite genius. So the whole idea, they were trying to link with, if you're hearing something in the world but you can't see it, well, no, you can actually see it now. And it all works with chase plane. Thought that was deadly. The second part, and I think this is most exciting for folks, was the work that they did with Navigraph. SayIntentions managed to, I don't know how, but they've built their system to be able to interpret information coming from Navigraph, particularly when it comes to the approach plates and departure plates, basically your charts. This is quite cool. So we invited Magnus up on the stage, and big thanks to Magnus. And basically what this does, it will allow your co-pilot with SayIntentions to appear charts automatically. Do you know the way on some, whatchamacallit, do you know the way on some of the avionics? Do you know when you land and it automatically changes the map to the runway? You know, that kind of changes it to almost like a satellite view so you know where to go. This is pretty much the same idea, but SayIntentions will actually bring your Navigraph charts to the front and show you the relevant chart that you need to be looking at automatically. You know, I'm about to do, right, I'm just at the waypoint, I'm about to start my approach, boof, approach chart loaded, there it is. But that's not all. You can ask it to bring up another chart. You know, if you just want to, hey, I've done something like this before, you know, what's it look like? Ah, yeah. So you can bring up something completely different. Not only that, but you can actually get your co-pilot to query the information on this chart. And as I said, it could be your SID, your star, ILS, doesn't matter. And you can ask it things like, you know, what's the elevation altitude? What's the frequency? What's the ILS frequency? What's the missed approach? And it'll tell you because it's able to read it from the chart. This is huge, lads. Massive. So apart from being able to bring the chart up, rather than you having to scuttle about or, where's me? Right. It'll automatically just show you the chart directly for you. Very, very cool feature. So I was really happy with that. And that's called Plate Brief. We'll see a lot more of this. Pretty much everything was rolled out now anyway. But I want to spend a bit of time because I think that's deadly, especially from the co-pilot. Do you remember we did a flight a couple of weeks back and I asked my co-pilot Shane, I was like, can you tell me what the elevation is? He's like, you know, hooly doolies, Mev, can't do that. But they were working on it in the background. So now we can do that. And then the third thing the SayIntentions announced to everyone, and this is another, Jesus, this is brilliant. They call it Backtrack. Now, basically what this is, it will pause the sim and allow you to select a waypoint behind you, a stage in the flight behind you, so that you can literally backtrack the sim, rewind mode, poof, and continue on from that previous state. Think of it like a check save or a, you know, this got a checkpoint save, right? And not only will it load you back into that position with the correct altitude and all the jazz, but the ATC is synced, meaning the ATC goes back. From a training perspective, this is incredible. We've seen stuff like this before. You can have a little plug-in. Gibbo tried these out. You have a little plug-in, you click on where you want the aircraft to start so you can practice various approaches. What SayIntentions is doing, you can do that, but the ATC will continue on as if nothing happened. So if you've already done your landing, contact ground, hit the backtrack, go back up to like your initial fix or your initial approach fix, ATC moves back with you. This is very, very handy to see. So again, it's just another feature that SayIntentions are able to bake into what they're currently doing. And again, they're thinking about, well, how can we make access to the sim and the features within the sim more accessible? That was the thinking. And the fact that they're working with all developers and the fact that Brian brought them out onto the stage, if anything, it reinforces what we have in flight sim. You don't need to be afraid or worried what people are going to, we can't tell this crowd what we're working on. We can't be having that. Not at all. He's more than happy to be working with people. So I thought that was absolutely deadly. Absolutely deadly. So that was SayIntentions. I&I builds, they weren't there officially. They had a small contingent and they were there with Synaptic for the A220. We're going to be chatting about the A220 because that thing, lads, has science behind it. Not only the sounds, but the science. I still need to double check this, but from my understanding, from that upcoming A220, and I hope it was public. I just need to verify this. But all the different screens, they are all individual WASM screens. Meaning, if one screen has a WASM crash, you can actually reboot said screen and it doesn't affect the others. And you can actually reboot it. What? So if someone else went over to Synaptech and if they saw what I'm talking about and they can confirm, yeah, Murph, that's how it works. Absolutely incredible. Like, absolutely incredible. Game changer. And the sounds, you want to hear the sounds. I mean, even from, powering up the thing, if you're like slowly going up through the throttle or if you want to firewall it, the sound of the engines respond differently. Absolutely incredible stuff. So anyway, I&I builds. Ubaid was there, had a chat with him, and he was showing us, of course, the trailer for the upcoming A380. And that thing is very impressive looking. Very impressive looking. So it's what you would expect. It's kind of the A350 level, A340 level, and it's being pushed into the A380. That's going to be quite impressive now, to say the least. Do you know? Being right behind them and hearing Wookiee call or Wookiee howls all weekend. Yeah, it was mad. It was absolutely mad. Then we had Plain English on the stage. This is interesting. So Plain English are a real world training institution or company, right? And it's designed to kind of help and teach people, ATC, radio procedure or voice procedure, or in the UK you'd say radio telephony, right? Basically what to say, how to say it, and all the sort of stuff. So they're using this technology that they call Volo, and it's powered with AR Sim, currently in beta, designed to teach you the correct phraseology, and it provides feedback and information on how to get better and how to fix your mistakes. Now, there are programs that do that. VATSIM training will help you, SayIntentions will help you, read the book, it'll help you. But this is a program that runs independently to help you along to say, okay, this is what they're talking about, this is what you're going to say back. So I thought that was interesting. After that then, Combat Pilot. Now, Combat Pilot kind of burst onto the scenes 2 years ago. And it's its own platform. It's its own simulator or game, Combat Pilot. And I was thinking of Colonel Fork when they announced what they had to announce, because specifically they're looking at the Pacific Theatre, World War II Pacific Theatre. And they just gave us kind of a snapshot into where development currently is. And I thought this was interesting because Combat Pilot, the initial idea behind it, that developer, he has since left the team, right? He left the team. So the lads had to kind of pick up all the pieces and run with it. But they seem to be doing a very good job, and it's very interesting, right? So what they're working on, they showed us alpha footage of aircraft, both American and Japanese, taking off from aircraft carriers, doing a bit of combat, and then landing back. They're working on a flight model engine, physics engine, and it's also multi-threaded and modular. This thing looks like it's going to be a very good sim. There's going to be a free demo, which will include the Midway map. Then we're going to see aircraft such as the F4F, the A6M2. There's going to be a quick bomber mission, guns, ordnance, all the kind of stuff is going to be there as well. They're planning to release this in Q1 2027. And they're also looking at this carrier qualification that you can buy as an add-on, the carrier qualification. And you'll also get access to some what they call their collector aircraft, basically high-fidelity aircraft, things like the B-17E, the A6M2 roof. These sort of aircraft are done in very, very high fidelity. So I thought that was interesting. And look, it's another sim, it's another platform. At the moment, you're dominated by Microsoft Flight Sim, X-Plane, and DCS. So there's a few more still kind of doing their stuff, so I thought it was good. Next up, Flight Control Replay version 6, a trailer. We've already seen the trailer, so there was nothing kind of groundbreaking that I saw there. Altimeter Motives then came onto the stage. Now, I love these guys. Altimeter Motives are these beautiful panels that go in front of a screen. They use Air Manager in behind it to... Muse loves a good cucumber. He loves a good cucumber now. Basically, it's a panel that goes over like a flat screen TV or monitor, and it has all the dials, and it's powered by Air Manager. They look absolutely incredible, and they're pretty good value. You're talking, anywhere from about $300 to about $1,000, and anything else in between. But you can get, and it's a full metal kind of cover. These are excellent. But on stage, Altimeter Motors brought on Russ Barlow. Now, Russ has been making videos for flight simulation for years. He's gotten me out of so many hot spots. Like, how do I fix this? Tune into Russ. He's going to tell you. And of course, Russ flew fighter aircraft. He's a very impressive career. So he was on. And I thought this was kind of cool. They weren't necessarily talking just about their panels. They wanted to kind of solve this problem about putting a yoke into your setup if you're using a panel. And a lot of the time, because we're desktop pilots, well, you're going to have your panel, but then where do you put the yoke? You either put the panel behind the yoke, or you put it above the yoke, then you block your TV. If it's under it, it blocks the yoke. So they're working on a yoke, and the idea being is, well, it's a box, and then there's a nothingness behind it, because, well, that's where the panel does be. So instead of a yoke that you're able to push the bar all the way in, and it's the long, massive long shaft, he's built it on a rail. Hall effect sensors and all this jazz, but it means that the footprint of said yoke is tiny in comparison to, well, whatever else is on the market. It is tiny, making this ideal. So they have a patent on it, or a patent on it. What they actually were on stage, they're looking for some assistance. They're looking for manufacturers and logistics people who would be interested in helping them getting this project out into the public. So it's the first time I've seen something like that from a Flight Sim Expo. Because it's you know, they have an idea, but they just need help to manufacture it, to bring it to the market. So hopefully, you know, there's manufacturers looking at that saying, yeah, we need to sort this and we need to get it up there. So great, cool looking stuff. And then we visited the booth of Altimeter Motives. Just have gorgeous stuff. You need to check it out. And they will do international shipping as well. Do you know? Made from me tiny hands, yeah. Next up then, On Air. Now I was very lucky because they asked me to do the voiceover, right? And I did it like very early in the morning. So my voice was down here like this, using this technology. Right, I didn't sound like me at all. But anyway, it was grand. But the main announcements with On Air, there was 2 of them included in the video. The first one, which I thought was deadly, they have now the VATSIM calendar available inside On Air. So you can actually select a VATSIM event and then fly that with On Air and generate XP and credits and all this kind of stuff, which I thought was brilliant. You know, there was only a question a while ago, does On Air work with VATSIM? It always did, but now they've actually included all of that in there as well. And then the second part is their Aviation quiz. It's a new feature that every couple of weeks you can take part in this Aviation quiz for your own profile, and you can unlock skill points, you can unlock experience points, all this kind of stuff, and you can use it to spend it on your own airline by answering aviation quizzes. Different modes that allow you to do it as well. You can go easy, medium, or hard. Very, very cool stuff. And this is all in progress whilst On Air are still developing the new companion app. So they're flat out busy. Absolutely great to see, though. And it's definitely stuff we're going to be working on with them over the coming weeks and months. So Levitate and Grab, good to see it. What is it actually called? What is what called? So On Air Company is what that is. It's basically an entire career mode add-on for your flight sim. X-Plane, Microsoft Flight Sim, doesn't matter. It's a full career mode add-on. You can do free flights, ferry flights, search and rescue missions, cargo missions, jet pilot missions, whatever you want. You can do the whole shebang. You can buy aircraft, rent aircraft, you can lease out your own aircraft, you can build FBOs, you can build your own airport, you can buy in fuel, sell fuel, right? You can have your FBOs, you can have staff, you can have cabin crew, you got to train them and upskill them and pay them. All of that is part of On Air. And there's a full kind of industry tycoon whereby, you know, you'll identify, here's raw resources. Now I need to build a factory. Now I need a manufacturing plant. Now I need a distribution hub. You build all this in your virtual world and then you have to fly the stuff, and you can work with others inside the same network as well. It is quite incredible. It's vast. It's vast. So my mission in life is to try now and make it very easy for people to understand and get up flying with it as soon as. I think it's brilliant. So after that then on stage we had AI pilot training from Bernoulli. And basically it's flight training. So they have a pilot training, right, CFI, and he's devised a AI co-pilot who's going to assist you with flying correctly, procedural based stuff. And the idea is it's to teach you everything you would need to be able to pass your ground, not necessarily your ground school, but teach you the theory behind the practical flying to help you with your PPL. That's what the program does, right? And they guarantee that they'll help you. You know, this if you sign up, we'll make sure that you pass it. So I thought it was interesting. Just some features we've already seen. We've seen mixed features on other platforms, but Bernoulli seem to be sticking to their guns on this, that it's very much, education for when it comes to flying. And they're using AI to do it. Do you know what I mean? Now, where's this now? Just setting up a flight for the Sovereign on Firefly Air. Oh, good man yourself. Nutty Taff, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Fox is in the house. Welcome in. How's the match going, lads? Are they winning? I used Navigraph for my nav theory and passed first time. There you go. So, like, there are options there. Do you know what I mean? Lieutenant Bob is here. Good to see you, buddy. Great hanging out with you, man. Absolutely fantastic. You're very welcome in. So after that, then we had Navigraph. Navigraph come onto the stage, and they basically gave us like a recap of the year. Like, what have Navigraph done over the year? Now, anyone who was at FS Weekend, there was no news here. We know what they've done. They brought us the Rogers VF4 charts for Europe, Jeppesen VF4 charts for Europe, FAA helicopter sectionals for the US. They launched the Navigraph Academy with the virtual private pilot license. Scratch pads became a thing. The approach bundle, which includes like the approach feathers, runway center lines, and also then the ruler to help measure. And they most recently launched the flight radar collaboration, allowing the likes of FSLTL and so on integrate to get live ADS-B traffic. You see, be the Janie then. London Controller's in here. Are you watching the football? Jamie, welcome in. Lads, you're very welcome. Hope you had a great stream. We're just doing a recap from FSExpo, covering the whole thing and just having a chat about it. So we're currently on Friday with the announcements, and we're down as far as Navigraph. So Friday stage, the announcements, some of them are like, oh, this is really cool. I was very impressed with SayIntentions. Navigraph, we'll get into that, very impressed. Didn't get like all the wowness of all the hardware. We got a bit of hardware news though, which is great. Yeah, we'll be continuing on into the news and showing some of the stuff I was checking out over the last few days over at St. Paul, including the terribly fancy wind control overhead panel, which, yeah, it's deadly, but it may not be the overhead you're going to want it, but it may not be the overhead that you need, if that makes sense. And I'll tell you why in a bit. But welcome in, lads. Great to see everyone. Hassan, welcome aboard, buddy. Jamie is there. Skelly, welcome in, lads. Hope you had a deadly stream. And does on-air work with SayIntentions? Yes. On-air can actually integrate with SayIntentions. SayIntentions will say, put in your on-air numbers. So then you can actually put in your on-air dispatch controller and they'll be able to give you the missions and the flight information. They can talk and listen to one another. It's very, very good, right? Murph, fix the shout outs. I don't know why they're not working, Muse. I didn't turn that off, so it's probably a command gone astray somewhere. By saying fix them, you're insinuating that I broke them. I never break. Well, I probably did, but that's not important right now. I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, I need to check that. But anyway, it could be deadly if it fell on you. Yeah, it's hefty. It is hefty, that overhead. But anyway, right. Now, are you watching the football? Who's winning? Yeah, the shout-outs are shagged. London Controller in with the raid, lads. If you don't know who London Controller is and all the mad lads that are over there, do be sure to check him out on Twitch and on YouTube, where he dual streams twice to Jamie. You can have him in stereo, and there's a slight delay between. I do it, and it's right. But yeah, do be sure to check him out. Thanks a million for the raid, buddy. And the same to Kenko earlier on, who's also doing the dual streaming. You know, brilliant crack this, isn't it? We're everywhere. But welcome in, lads. And yeah, great to see you. Murph never breaks stuff. He just messes about until it no longer works. That's very accurate. Very accurate. So Navigraph. So the recap of the previous year, right? And who's this now? BJ's, we got a follow. Thank you very much indeed. Who's that? Dib, thank you. Welcome in. It's Boylaw, welcome in. Good to see you, bud. Navigraph. So after their recap, they then spoke about some of their new features. These are pretty cool. Oceanic tracks are now a part of Navigraph. So an oceanic track will cover you over the Atlantic and over the Pacific, right? Your oceanic tracks. They'll show you the different NASA that are available, and also they'll show you the ones in the Pacific, and it will auto-route, meaning that it has an idea to say, well, here's my waypoint based on the wind information that it's reading, and say, well, you're going to go on this track, and it'll give you all the information in there as well, so that can be added to your route. Anyone who does cross the pond or even just flying across the Atlantic or the Pacific, well, it's just a handier way of getting the actual route into Navigraph. That's pretty cool, right? The second one, they added in an integration into the Epic 2 avionics suite. And these are default avionics suites inside of the sim. Aircraft are using it, such as the PC-12, the PC-24, and now Navigraph and SimBrief will work inside of those as if they were built with them already. And that's great news, because that will, of course, then go to PlayStation and Xbox and all the jazz, right? Ready for the rain tomorrow. It was raining today. I think the biggest news from Navigraph was they've added new regions to their VF4 areas. right? Now, we also get new weekly Jeppesen charts updates, which is great. So instead of having to wait for an AIRAC cycle for the month, they'll now do weekly updates for all your approach plates or airport plates, whatever charts you need. They're updating all the Jeppesen ones weekly, which is savage. That's very, very good. The main news, I think, was the new VF4 regions. So in partnership with AAD Aero, they now have VF4 coverage, like your sectionals, like what we have in Europe, like what they always had with the FAA in the United States. We get it for the entire country of Brazil. We get it for the Middle East, and we get it for Southeast Asia. And these charts are fully detailed, meaning VF4 flying in these regions should now be a lot more fun and interesting because you can now look at these sectional charts for VF4 flying. I thought that was awesome news, especially for those like us who spend a lot of time general aviation VF4 conditions. So I thought that was deadly. So moving on from Navigraph, we had a hardware developer on the stage, Virtual Fly, the Spanish company, 15 years in existence, and they've actually announced some new hardware. Now, Virtual Fly have always been at the upper end of, Jesus, how much? Right, they're not cheap at all. You know, Rudder the rudder and Yoko the yoke. Premium hardware, but like premium prices, absolutely. And there doesn't really seem to be a change because they announced the Switcho family, which is a force feedback yoke. They call it the Yoko Force Neo. So it's basically Yoko the yoke enhanced with force feedback. But it's also capable of dual linking to another Yoko the yoke, right? Neo. The idea being is this is aimed at kind of flight schools where, you know, you turn left, the other control would turn left over friggin' network, which is pretty cool. Pre-order is going to be available after the summer. And priority, they were saying like priority orders, pre-orders from €170. So I didn't actually get the total price of what the yoke was going to be, but I imagine that's 10%. I imagine it's going to be the bones of about €1,200, probably more. Then they also showed us some of their professional flight sim lineup. These are the full cockpit solutions, and these range anywhere from about 50 grand up, right? Close to $1 million for some of them, but that's the high end stuff. Virtual Fly are kind of similar, if you like, to a Scalarchy, kinda, right? And they go all the way up in terms of pricing. But it was nice to see that here is a hardware manufacturer, 15 years on the go, and they tailor pretty much to the higher end. Does it mean that the gear is better than what we currently have? That's open for debate. I mean, the build quality, I've never heard anyone say they had an issue with it, but for the price, are you getting that value? Hard to know. Anyone in the chat own own Virtual Fly hardware? Speaking of Virpil were not there at all. What are they doing? No, nothing. No news, no nothing. They just put out their social media. Yeah, we've hardware. Well, tell you, I know they're working on stuff, but like, jeez, they need to get the news out. They need to get the word out. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, their marketing has gone absolutely terrible, Martin. I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, I use Virpil, but their marketing, like, what are you doing, lads? Do you know what I mean? But yeah, Virtual Fly, anyone using their hardware, it's very good, but it's, Jesus, it's dear. Now, speaking of dear, we saw something deadly. Cockpit Simulator. Did you see that 737 throttle? Jesus. And your man, what was his name? Liege. Great crack. He speaks about 12 octaves higher than most people. Lovely fella. And I got to look at the 737 throttle. Jesus, lads. This is what you'd find in the plane. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. And it also very expensive. It was like $4,200. €4,000. What? You'd be killed. But we'll be checking that out here now in a bit. Next up on stage, Fly Shirley were there talking about their AI courses available through Sporties with their IF4 kit. Wasn't impressed. Nothing jumped out at me there. Then X-Plane came onto the stage, and X-Plane are interesting. X-Plane are working on their own stuff quietly, and you know what I mean? They're doing lots of great stuff. X-Plane is like really, really pretty. Without a shadow of a doubt. They've managed everything from like the waist up if that makes sense. The waist up is, oh jeez, right. But the ground scenery, it's not great. So Ben was on and he was chatting about some of the updates. So they went through the updates over the last 12 months. Things like their scenery assets, the C check as they called it, which is basically updating multi-thread enhancements, bringing in Toby and then VR support onto X-Plane 12. The roadmap then. They're adding in a couple of custom sceneries. Farnborough is on the list, as is JFK. There's a new flight model update on the way, which is going to be massive for helicopters because, well, they're focusing heavily now on helicopters, which is interesting because Microsoft Flight Sim are doing the same. And then they have this new API for developers to allow them to create panel graphics. So at the moment, all the panels are working using their own setup. They want to move that into Vulkan, which is going to mean better utilization of memory, better performance, and less issues. So that's a big thing. There was another one then, they spoke about their next gen scenery with their DSF compatibility. Basically, their problem, they want next gen scenery, they want the data to be better than what it is, but they also need to kind of grandfather the current scenery that already exists within their entire ecosystem. So that's what they want to work on. Now, there was something fierce, interesting. They called it a new tyke-based engine. Now, this is similar to anyone who saw the trailers we were watching and what were they? They were trailers for Flight Sim 2024 versus Flight Sim 20. And they showed us this kind of wire grid mesh of what 2020 ground looks like. And then they showed us what 2024 looked like, where you're talking thousands of times more data in terms of what they can actually put on the mesh. The mesh is like, think of your papier-mâché. The mesh is like the wire frame in which you can put scenery and buildings and all this kind of stuff on top of. And the level of accuracy that Microsoft have achieved, that's why the sim looks so good from the ground. But X-Plane are also doing the same. And something interesting, Ben didn't go into it. It was just like a bullet point on the screen. So think of this as you will. But this new tyke-based engine does allow for data streaming, which is potentially huge because, well, we all know if you want to data stream with X-Plane currently, you can use the map enhancement mod, or you can use... what's the other one called? The Auto for XP. You can use all these programs and, okay, you're streaming the data rather than taking out, a loan and buying hard drives to keep your ortho local, right? But I thought data streaming could be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Captain Ray, good to see you. So I thought that was interesting from X-Plane. Right, nothing else jumping out at me, but they're just kind of working on their stuff. Mesh editing, all that stuff, that's planned for this year with X-Plane. This year. So I thought that was pretty cool. Next up then, we welcome back Fabian from FlightSim.com, and he was there showing off the new yoke. And one of them, of course, the CLS60. I have the CLS60 force feedback yoke. It's very good. But he's doing an end-of-life sale. And it's about $300 off, so you can buy that now for $699. And the reason why it's called end of life, he's not going to build anymore. It's whatever's left in stock. He's selling them, right? So the CLS60 yoke, it's an excellent yoke. It's pretty much what you find in a Cessna 172, pretty much, right? But he's also looking at a 737 yoke, which will, it fits on your existing hardware. So if you don't want the Cessna style yoke, that pops off and you can put a 737 yoke. He's also doing a 172 panel, which looks very nice. The only issue that we have with FlightSim.com, it's expensive. And he'll tell you it's good value. Not too expensive. It's expensive. His gear is dear, right? Like when you're thinking, okay, $700 for a force feedback yoke, that's not bad, but that's the end of life. Some of the new stuff is going to be in at around, $1,100, give or take. And that panel is going to be at $1,100. Now he's doing these pre-launch sales for like $700 or $800. It's not terrible. But yeah, FlightSim.com, Fabian, he does do really nice stuff, but it is pricey. I have, as I said, the CLS60. I think it's excellent. Excellent bit of kit, but it wasn't cheap, It still works, though. Next up, we had Next Level Racing. They were showing off a brand new Cessna chair. Got to say, it looked absolutely gorgeous. Any of you guys use Next Level Racing? I don't have any of their stuff. I don't know how. When I was trying to figure out my motion rig, I went out and I bought a GT Omega chair to fit in it. Then I see Next Level Racing. I'm like, balls, why didn't they do that? Any of you guys using Next Level Racing? Be interesting. Because their kit just looks very, very nice indeed. It's class looking stuff. You know what I mean? So it'd be interesting to know if you guys are using it. Next then we had Sean. Sean came onto the stage and he was talking about JetCard virtual systems. Now we've all heard and seen JetCard because it's a full business jet career mode. Your flights, your FBOs, they provide a bit of a backstory. You can freelance, you can be employed, or you can be the owner of your very own jet company, your business jet company. And I've been watching a lot of this with V1. V1 is having a blast with this. Really, really liking it, you know. You're a railroader, good to see you. I have Next Level cockpits, says Crotty. Herman says, I have 4 different pieces of Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing is here in Australia. Ooh, I've sim racing rig from Next Level Racing. It's rigidity. Rigidity is very good. The screws are not. Oh dear. So JetCard I thought was pretty cool. It's a live ecosystem or living ecosystem, live event tracker. He even showed something cool. He was saying that if there's a big sport event like the World Cup, right, it'll actually feed you these missions, right? You need to fly the English team from this airport to that airport, all this kind of crack. So I haven't tried it myself yet. I have been watching V1. It looks very impressive. There's and it's not to say good or bad. The features that it currently has, it's I already get them on air, but I do want to look at JetCard because it seems to be just the business jet side of the house. You know, you're not worried about all the other bells and whistles like, training people and a full blown career mode in multiple aircraft. You know what I mean? But it looks very interesting. Granelli got onto the stage then. So Granelli Designs, I mean, these lads went all out. It's their first aircraft, 4 years in development. It's the F100D Sabre. The thing looks absolutely deadly. The trailer was stunning. And they've now released the F100 Sabre. We've been following that on the stream now for a little while. Absolutely deadly, lads. It was deadly. So they were on stage talking all about it. VA Systems were on board. Their checklist app for Airbus. They've more packs coming, and also audio checklists are coming soon from VA Systems. They're also working on a brand new map for the route finding and information. And they were once again showcasing their hardware. VA Systems hardware, which is the mini flight display, which can track your sim flights, real world flights, or you can do a mix of both. It's your railroader. It's the Sabre, the F100D Sabre. Aaron says, I haven't found any flights in JetCard yet for when I want to do an FS hub flight. Very few airports in JetCard in comparison. Yeah. But they're still building it. You know what I mean? So JetCard is great. Yeah, Daz is using it. He's liking it. Great for flying biz jets anywhere in the world if you stay as a freelance pilot, says Nick. Yeah, I need to check it out. It does look pretty cool. So VA Systems, that was interesting. Then Zach came onto the stage from Moza, and we had a look at some of the stuff. So the MA3F Airbus FCU and EFIS, along with the flight computer, they're going to have the Boeing or Airbus style FMS or MCVU, all USB. So these are all powered by USB, not HDMI, which is pretty cool. That includes their their MGX 1000, basically a G1000, and that's hopefully going to be released Q3 of this year. And then they showcased the FMP 18, this panel. Basically, it's the main panel that you'd find inside an F-18. It's inspired by the F-18. So you kind of have your 4-screen setup. It looks absolutely deadly. However, Zach didn't have much in the way of pricing. And there was a couple of questions that came at him. Didn't have the answers, unfortunately. And then he kind of did a Q&A. And they were like, what are you doing? Right? But what I will say, the question he was asked, Mr. Squarely asked him a question to say, listen, what's the crack with Moza? I mean, we have wind control, so why would we look at what Moza are doing? And I thought his answer was quite good. Zach had said, we're looking at what's already released and we're thinking, right, how can we make ours better, but also more accessible? We don't want to be faffing around with setups and buttons and, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. We just want, set it and forget it. That's what Moza are focusing on here. That's a sigh of relief. Right, so we'll have to wait and see. Jay Winokur, good to see you. I did, Jay Winokur. It's looking really good. We just covered that with Combat Pilot. It is that of the Pacific Theatre. number of aircraft, and it's a Q1 2027 release. And they also have this, what's called a carrier qualification setup. It looks very impressive, mate. I gotta say, it looks very impressive. Not necessarily that of like a flight sim DCS kind of fidelity, but not bad, not far off it. They showed us alpha footage of it, do you know? Then Callum came onto the stage talking about SoFly, Aerotone, getting updates, all these new 3D spatial sound experiences, dynamic range sounds around the aircraft, cruise sounds and all that. And Cabin Announcement Pro is in development and planned to come on a little bit later this year. So SoFly also announced and then released their newest scenery, which is, of course, Budapest. And it looks very impressive. We'll have to check that out soon. Larry is here. Good to see you, Larry. Welcome aboard. So, Meridian, Owl Nicky came onto the stage, and I'll get this out of the way straight away. Two things. One, I want Nicky to succeed here because he's a dreamer. He has these ideas. We want this to happen. Unfortunately, his track record isn't very good, right? So there's that to worry about. So Nicky comes onto the stage and he's talking about the Horizon Plus and the Latitude Plus. And for the first time, and like most of us are waiting since FS Weekend last year, right? 12 months ago, where he said he was going to have hardware at the event and then he didn't bring it. Then he brought a lump of plastic with him last year at Expo. But anyway, he actually had the hardware here. And I checked it out. It was on the video. I will say I'm very impressed with it. It's like, I'm telling you, lads, it is good. It's very, very good. And for the price point with the modularity. But there's still a part of me saying, and Gibbo kind of framed it right, until it's on the shelf. I mean, we want it to be great, but until it's actually available, I ordered it now. I'll have it in a couple of days because it's on the shelf ready to go. I would just hold hard. I'm really hoping this is going to be the massive success that it should be, but we have to wait and see. So Meridian, he went through it. He also went through the new, whatchamacallit, this guy. This looked absolutely deadly. Look, this sort of stuff is class looking because it is a very cool way to go flying, right? So Project X-Ray, he announced that as well. He's talking about shipping later, kind of October and then December of this year. That is the release window. So we still have some way to go. You know what I mean? Yeah, it CP nailed it. So Meridian stuff looks promising, but trust is an issue. Agreed. Bring this Budapest born along. Everything, Grav, you're in Budapest. Brilliant. Then next up to the stage, Meridian also spoke about rudder pedals. They're using a cable and pulley system connected to the aircraft. Basically what Nicky was saying is that his rudder pedals are going to be better than anyone else's. But it's concept at this stage. We just don't know when it's going to be there. You know what I mean? Anyway, next onto the stage came Jorg and the Microsoft Flight Sim team. And this is pretty cool. This is brilliant. Raoul came onto the stage. Of course, we know Raoul is now a first-party developer with Microsoft Flight Simulator, and we saw the release of the Piper M600. It's now available in the store. It's on our list of things to check out over the coming days, and great news there. Jorg went on to talk about the upcoming World Update, which will feature 31 national parks, 46 POIs, 3 guided tours, and a new base aircraft, the Goodyear Blimp, which I thought was pretty cool, right? Then, a little bit later on, they're going to be bringing the National Championship Air Racing to the sim as well. So, with great news. They also announced and released City Update 15, which includes Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. And the M600, Raoul came on to chat about it, showing the features of the aircraft, such as damage, failures, auto land. It's all there baked in that M600, which is pretty cool, right? Jorg then invited Seb on, and Sebastian started talking to us about Sim Update 6 regarding the flight model and this new downdraft visualization. What Seb seems to be working on here is it's going to be great for helicopters, amongst other things, but it's going to be very good for helicopters. Heli assistances, you're going to get better visual feedback for developers and those who need to build control settings with new rotor blade polar debugs and vortex ring state debugs as well. Flying Traits, thank you very much indeed. Tier 1, 21 months. Cheers, buddy. So I thought that was awesome that they're focusing on helis a little bit more. They also then showed us the new updated nighttime lighting at airports. Marcial went onto this as well. This was absolutely brilliant. So they showed us kind of before and after shots of the new nighttime lighting, specifically at airports. And it is, to use that terrible phrase, it's day and night in the difference. Huge differences between them. Do you know? Jesus, lads, will you behave? Mac Vision, thank you very much indeed. And I just see now, if you don't want to know the score in the current England match, put me on mute. In 3, 2, 1. England are leading 2-1. We have a goal from Kane. It was a header. But anyway, other things then, the marketplace updates. Gifting is on the way. Finally, it's going to be pushed out with version 5.1. Version 5.1 is the most stable they've ever had the sim in 2024. We would expect to see that release in the coming weeks, right? And then the AAU5, Avionics Aircraft Update number 5, probably August. The Bell 47J, the 307 Stratoliner, the 707, the C46 Commander, and also the Ford Trimotor are all getting special care and assistance for the next AAU5. And I think the biggest news they had in relation to aircraft is, of course, the Boeing 707, where that is now receiving a massive overhaul. York said it publicly, they were not happy. The release of the 707 did not meet expectations. And I thought this is kind of interesting as well, because there you have Microsoft Flight Sim saying, hey, we want this aircraft. Someone went off and built it, which is airplane heaven. It fell short of expectations. So rather than just abandoning it and say, we wanted that again, they're going back to fix it. Any bills and working title between them are what looks to be a very, very impressive aircraft, considering co-pilot functionality, INS functionality, custom sounds, custom switches. The thing is getting a massive overhaul. A massive overhaul. So that's great news. Absolutely great news for anyone who likes the 707. Like when the 707 first came out, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. But the fact now that Any Bills and Working Title are now working on the 707 to bring it up to that standard, I think it's going to be good news. It's going to be good news. So we'll find out and see what happens there. So that was all the announcements. And I got to say, there was nothing that kind of really, a wow moment probably came from SayIntentions, because just what they're able to achieve by working with other developers, that is pretty cool, right? Especially when it came to, the chase plane feature, the Navigraph feature, and also Backtrack. I thought these are all very, very good. Navigraph, great to see that we're getting more VF4 coverage, but I'm unsure who drives that. I'm pretty sure that comes from Jeppesen or whatever, right? Or whoever these providers are, because there's a parent company up there somewhere. But it's good to see that it's being added in. Still no word on Simlink version 2. That's not there, right? So yeah, there was nothing really that was on all the announcements. Nothing really jumped out to say, wow, game changer. I didn't hear many howls or whoops or any of this kind of stuff. So I wasn't saying it was disappointing, but it just wasn't. There was nothing there that made you go, oh, I cannot wait for this. You know what I mean? Wing Control had no announcements. Not that they needed, but I mean, they did their announcements at FS Weekend. Microsoft Flight Sim probably the second best in terms of what they announced, and it was more like a dev update though. That's what it felt like. It felt like a dev update, which is grand. But yeah, it's that was pretty much all the announcements. So on Friday, as soon as the announcements were finished, myself and Mustafa headed over to the FS Elite stage. We gave a debrief of what went on and all the jazz. We're sharing a microphone. And then Friday night, we went out for a couple of pints. We went out for dinner and a few pints on Friday night. But everyone pretty much went to bed early, except for the Sim Fanatic crew, Right, they were up late. But where's this now? It was a shame that Katie Pilot's EFBX didn't get all the attention at last. It will soon, though. It will soon. Yeah, we all ended up in Zambo's, but we all went to bed early because we're up very early. 9 o'clock Saturday morning, the doors opened. And we're going to jump over here to my next screen. But 9 o'clock Saturday morning, the event opened. And it was, in terms of an event, there was plenty to see. There was a lot to see. You had 2 stages running with different seminars, SayIntentions and FS Elite. Then you had all the vendors, right? Hey, Wombat is here. Good to see you, buddy. You had all the vendors. So I was chatting to Scott saying, do you know, would you need a full 2 days to get around everything? And, you know, myself and Scott, we're different minded. I mean, I'll go up, have a look. Yeah, that's grand. Right, move on. Scott would be more, no, I want to spend a few minutes of this and figure it out. So we're coming at it from, two different perspectives. So my answer would be, well, unless you're there for the seminars and everything else, yeah, you probably would need 2 days. But if you're just there to look at what was on, you'd get around in a day. Scott's answer was, no, you definitely need the 2 days if you're going to be spending time at each exhibit. You know what I mean? Arch NDA in with the raid. Good to see you, man. Are you home yet? Arch was with us on Thursday night for the pints, Friday night for the pints, Saturday night for the pints, and indeed Sunday. Arch, you're very welcome in. Hope you and Tex had a great time. And many thanks for the raid. Welcome in, lads. You're most welcome. We're just doing a recap of our FSExpo weekend, which is great fun. But yeah, the Symphonata crew went absolutely bananas. You know, some say they don't sleep at all. And was it Friday night Johnny Mon went out singing? Or was it Saturday night? I heard he brought tears to people's eyes. Do you know, you got home last night, text still on the way. Oh, Jesus, allergies hit you. I don't believe you. Poor old devil. That was Friday, was it? I think it was Friday Johnny was singing Piano Man, brought tears to people's eyes. Very good. But anyway, so Saturday, that was all at the expo. That was all at the show floor. Saturday night then, we got invited out to the Microsoft Flight Sim Mixer, which was on down at someone's hall, basically down at the airport downtown. And they took over the building and we went in there for the lovely pints and a bit of food and just an amazing experience to be able to just hang out with folks, in particular with the Microsoft Flight Sim crew, the Asobo crew, developers from all over, and content creators as well. It was one of these kind of, I had to get a ticket for an event thing, and Jane organised it, and it was superb. It was great fun. So hanging out with Jeff, he introduced me into Mick Ultra, which I drank many. Hanging out with Captain Canada, Kyle was there, Flight Doc was there. Jesus, we were chatting to loads. Sky was in there for a bit. Chewy, CDL, Jane was there. Jane's hubby was there. Jorg, chatting to Seb, and chatting to Martial. And it was Martial's first FSExpo. And a good old chat. Now, we had a good chat with the lads. Martial was interesting because, he was saying it's his first time at a Flight Sim Expo. I said, well, how did it, is it good? And he said, it's amazing because any feedback or any engagement Martial usually gets, it's either from a dev stream reading the comments, right, or it's from the forums. So he was completely blown away by how positive, the positivity and how friendly the Flight Sim community is at these events. Because we're just like, how is it going? Are you well? And if you have any issues or problems, you talk to them like a human being and not like this shite you see. Yous are crap. X-Plane is better and right. Talk to them like human beings. Be nice to people and people will be nice to you. You know what I mean? So I thought that was very good. 2-2 now, be Jesus. Corn Wolf, thank you very much indeed. You're in Florida, look. Ooh. Thank you very much indeed for 37 months. Cheers, buddy. But yeah, there was loads of questions, and I'll get into that. How the sim is getting on, and we need fixes here, and we need fixes there, and it was a chat with the tree. I was chatting away with Jorg, chatting away with Seb, and chatting away with Martial, and it was just nice. It was just nice, just to being able to catch up. I've met Seb before, I've met Jorg before, and it was really nice meeting with Martial. It was just super nice to hang out with the lads. But yeah, plenty of questions. There's plenty of communication. There's plenty of evidence, as I call it, gone across, and they're checking it out. So hopefully things will be added, fixed, and so on and so forth. They know what they have to fix. Like nothing that was said to them, they didn't respond in total. They know exactly. It's all part of the process of, yeah, it's on our map. We need to do this first. Then we need to do that. Then we need to do the other. Which I thought was interesting. People jumping up and down to say, we want double and triple jetways. Of course they do. They'd love it. But they need to fix the current jetways. You know what I mean? So there's like a pecking order. But yeah, it was very interesting though. Hawks, good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Where else do we hear now? They didn't mention your belly then, Murph. No, Jesus, no. Where's it now? They must love you. Right? They're probably saying once you left, who's the Scottish guy? No, it was grand. Like, it's as I say, if you're nice to people, people are nice. You know what I mean? Like, we're not owed ultimatums or whatever. Yes, there's problems. Yes, there's, like, ridiculous problems. But there's also an awful lot of good going into it as well. And, like, I'm not trying, like, I've no reason to tell you anything other than my opinion and the truth. All of the folks, all of them, Microsoft Flight Sim team, be it from community managers, devs, beta testers, alpha testers, all the way through to Asobo, all the way through to the upper management of Flight Sim, these are all very passionate people. They're very passionate people about what it is that they're trying to do to make the experience better. They're very passionate about this. It's just, it takes time. It just takes time, you know? So looking forward to some of the changes. And as I say, a lot of information was, you know, submitted in terms of what we would see, right? So, yeah, they have it. And then, you know, we'll try and keep them on their toes because are we there yet? Are we there yet? You know what I mean? Captain Kenobi, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for 8 months, man. Bonsoir, monsieur. The Omen is here for 6 months. Welcome in. Did they talk about stutters and multiplayer? Yeah. So, like, performance and multiplayer, there's a number of reasons. Aircraft is a problem. They don't host all the aircraft. Therefore, when it comes to loading in these low poly Asobo aircraft, there shouldn't be a performance issue with them because they're low poly. The problem we're getting is, yeah, there's something wrong with the sounds. They're investigating it. There's a problem with the sounds. 2020 aircraft aren't properly being optimized within the system. They're causing issues. Model matching, although it has been enhanced, it still isn't working properly. They fixed some things, but it's not all done yet. You shouldn't now see Boeing 747s flying around like a helicopter. They've addressed that, at least. But there's other problems that still persist. It's a lookup table. And the problem is, when there's other aircraft being injected in, the sim goes off to try and find them. Now you have a performance degradation because as it's trying to figure out who and what it is, it's trying to load other aircraft from the same lookup table. It's an issue. They're aware of it. Whether or not they can get it fixed in time that we can all go, I don't know. I honestly don't know. There are workarounds, not terribly great workarounds, but turn down settings, turn down the variety, turn down the number, right? Disable the AI sounds for some of them that just aren't working correctly. There are workarounds, but yeah. Nando says helis are showing as airplanes. Some of them are, yes, some of them. But the problems we were seeing was like 747s all over the place. You know what I mean? Or you might have like everyone has now appeared as an A10, nothing else. And they're all in different aircraft. So these are the problems. You know what I mean? The Joker's laughing gas. I didn't see Bluebird unless they were buried in a stall. Was anyone over with Bluebird? I tried to get in front of them. I was like, where are they? Where are these lads hiding? I didn't see Bluebird at all. Now, it could have been the case that I was just spending too much time with the A220. But I didn't see Bluebird. If they were there, I didn't see them. I thought they were supposed to be there. Do you know? But yeah, I didn't get to see them. Now, some of the other enhancements and features that Microsoft Flight Sim are working on, they're exciting. You know, there's some pretty cool stuff coming in there. More efficiencies coming in there as well. And it's also in conjunction with what Windows are doing. Microsoft Windows, where they have this new kind of, they're bringing in the new game mode, proper game mode, almost like Xbox console mode. It's early days yet, but the idea being is, now it's early days yet, just remember that. But the idea, you will be able to launch your PC or move your PC into what they called Xbox mode, which completely debloats your system, in theory, meaning that your sim and whatever else is now going to be running a lot better because your system resources aren't being kind of, you know, pushed down by the standard operating system. Now you can get into debloater tools and all this. It breaks things more than it fixes it, especially when it comes to updates. This all is now working in progress with you know, this Xbox mode. It's going to be interesting to see how that... Jesus! It's going to be interesting to see how this all works out. But there is a new mode out. I think Linus did a video on it earlier on, talking about this Xbox mode. So it'll be interesting. Dextro Gaming, good to see you, buddy. Little Sack is here for 5 months. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. PQ, good to see you. Hope you're well. Also, another bit of massive news that came from Microsoft Flight Sim. They're bringing back bus trips. Not bus trips, bush trips, which is kind of cool because this allowed us as a community to do all these various different bush trips, and we could create our own. So they're coming back. Now, whether or not we can create our own straight away, I don't know. But anyone who's been wanting to do the bush trips, they're definitely on the way back, you know. So before we went out to that mixer also, we did something absolutely terrible fun. It was the first Red Bull Air Race competition between the creators and the communities. Now, this is all managed and ran by Chewy and by CDL. They come up with the concept, they built all the program, how it was going to work, they deployed it, they got people involved, and I have to say, this was great fun. Most amount of people were around the FS Elite stage all weekend, was on the Red Bull racing. And the idea being is people could come on up to the Microsoft Flight Sim booth and do their best time. The highest scores would then qualify to go up and face creators, in which, well, there was me, there was Mustafa, there was Blue Games, and there was Nick Flight X. So the two guys who managed to come up against us was Wombi, who's savage, absolutely brilliant, and another guy called Ben. Now, if you've watched it, my first flight was against Mustafa, and we had a bit of crack with this, you know, bit of smack talking and you're going down, you know, and I won. I beat him, and I shouldn't have, because I'm like, usually I'm terribly crap at this, but I won anyway. And then Wombi knocked Nick out. So in the final, I in the semi-final, I'm up against this fella called Ben, and he absolutely wiped the floor with me. Turns out, anyway, Ben worked with the crew of an actual Red Bull air racing team. You talk about a setup and an ambush. There's Murphy, the lamb walking into... Right. And next thing your man, he's a Red Bull friggin' veteran. Anyway, he absolutely wiped the floor with me. And then he went up against Wombi, and he won. He won the whole thing. And the commentary was great crack. Chewy did an amazing job. He has a background in esports commentary, so it flowed really, really well. CDL able to do all the announcements, getting us all in. He was doing the post-race kind of debrief, how'd you get on, and all this kind of crack. Jane was there setting up all the flights and the whole thing was brilliant. And we're all trying to keep it as PC as we can, or PG, you know. That's why I was like, am I no, you're not commentating, Murph, because they know what I do, you know. And then at the end of it, Jorg rocks up onto the screen, you know, holy shit, this is great. We're like, Jesus, right? But it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, exactly, Gibbo. Then he turned around and he said it was the very first time he ever used a flight sim. What? Ruined me day. But no, it was great crack. And I think they're onto something. Because the Red Bull Air Racing, I like it. It's you know, it's competitive. You see the name, oh, how do I get better than your man? And I think this esports event that Microsoft ran with Chewy and CD, this thing should get more attention because it was a lot of fun. So much fun. And it's another inroads into our hobby. I mean, people might just be attracted into that kind of stuff. Just like the eStall lads who were down the corner, National eStall, people are just interested in that. Then you have people who might just be interested in, you know, the airliners. You know what I mean? It's another kind of thing you can add on to the sim. Thought it was deadly. But anyway, yeah, thought it was a big fella until you saw me standing there. Yeah, CDL, he's very tall. CD must be 6'3" or 6'4". You know what I mean? But it was great fun, and the slagging was great, and the messing and all that. It was great crack, you know. So then we went out Saturday night. We got back from the Microsoft Mixer, and we went out on the Lash once again into Zamboni's, where copious amounts of beverages were drank. And then we got up on Sunday, and we had a lot more to do. Saturday was great fun as well. I hosted a panel on the SayIntentions stage, and we had Air Force Proud 95. We had Ford Learn to Fly. We had... who else did we had? We had Jonathan Beckett. If you lovely man. We had XB72, Norm, absolute gentleman, and Blue Games. A great panel to be chatting to the lads. And Air Force Proud, he's brilliant. I've met him a couple of times now. He's just so chilled out and nice, no agenda, just a nice guy. And we got some great insights from them because, you know, I was asking them about, like, you know, where do you think the sim is going? Where do you see AI? And, You know what I mean? It was lots of fun. So massive thanks to Say Intentions for hosting these sort of seminars, because it's important, because they're community facing, but also some of the people they had talking, they had real life dispatchers up there, they had pilots up there, and they were talking about the this Wings of the North. I think it's Wings of the North. Jennifer was on talking all about the real world drive from women in aviation, trying to make it more popular and get more women involved. So on Sunday, when I did the recap, again, I was on the stage. It was a great opportunity to kind of fly the flag for Skies and Dolls, which is an amazing initiative set up by Jane and Alison and Avangel, and there's a few more involved. And it's all about getting women in flight simulation. It's in a safe environment. They go off, they have their flights, they have a bit of fun. It's their own community. And I think that's very important, because when you look at the amount of, especially at Expo, the amount of new people, where did they start? Who did they talk to? So having that sort of exposure, everything from the communities, you know, the Skies and Dolls stuff, the different hardware you can buy, all of that jazz. It was absolutely deadly. Absolutely deadly. So it was fun. And then, of course, we have to go through everything that everyone that we spoke to on the show floor as well. So we have all this now in the news. So we're now going to go over to another screen. He's ready. I mean, this is an intro to end all the intros, right? So we'll come over here. Now, there's no flying tonight, lads. However, we do have the news. So it's now 10 o'clock. We will get through this in 1 hour, I hope, because holy tabs on a screen, Batman. So we have to go through all of these now, right? And there's quite a few. So videos of the Say Intention stuff, Northland Air, if you are at the event, it's available right now. You might just have to wait a little while before they make the rest of them available. But we're going to cover a lot of what was spoken about over the weekend as well. That's all here in the news, and we'll see how we get on with this. So to start us off, and again, a massive shout out to Vasco over at MSFS and also a massive shout out to Callum and the entire crew at FS Elite. They were flat out, start to finish. And I got to meet up with a lot of the lads from FS Elite, had a couple of beers with them. I met the SimFest lads. They come over, had a few beers with them. It was just an amazing kind of experience just to kind of hang out and chat with the lads. It was great, right? Absolutely brilliant. However, now we need to kind of get into it, because there's a lot to get into. Right, a lot to get into. So the Synaptic A220, it's entering its final stretch before release. Now, there is a lot of hype for this aircraft, and rightfully so. It looks, it sounds, it handles superbly well. And then you have the features. This thing is cool. And again, I just need to confirm that, you know, substantiate my claim that individual screens in this aircraft are individual WASM modules, meaning if you get a WASM crash, it will only happen on that one screen, and there is a way to reboot that screen without exiting the flight. This could be a potential game changer for the sim, but I need to make sure, right? Shearsy, you're very welcome in. I need to get my facts right on that. But anyway, the A220, the public got to sit down and fly the aircraft for the first time over at the Inibill's booth. They were there with Synaptic, and the core development, absolutely brilliant. What we had here was showcasing of the aircraft sounds and all the individual little sounds. As I say, you know, you go from kind of slowly building up that throttle and you hear the engine spool, right? And then if you just want to firewall it, the engines actually sound different. They whirl differently when you're giving it kind of more socks. It was amazing, right? Levitate and grab. Cheers, buddy. 10 months, man. So they don't have a release date yet. But what I saw, and I think what anyone else saw there, this thing is damn close. Like weeks, maybe. I wouldn't even say months. We're weeks now. I say we're between 4 and maybe 8 weeks. That's me looking at it. I've no official news. If it's longer than that, so be it. But I don't think it needs it. It looked very polished, what I got to see. A couple of screenshots here. And the systems that they have on the aircraft are very, very good. Also, the response time of these screens. I was sitting there trying to break them. You can't break them. They're very responsive, very snappy, and very fluid. Do you know what I mean? The graphics, how everything looks, the modeling, the lighting, the reflections, all that stuff, textures, the whole lot. Exactly what you'd expect. Very, very nice. This is shaping up to be a cracker. Really is. So yeah, it's you are limited in what you can test so far as there was a lot of people there. You know what I mean? You couldn't hog the thing for ages, but very, very cool looking stuff. Whether or not, you know, I couldn't tell you what the overall package is going to be like. I couldn't do a full cold and dark flight, but basically what I got to play around with, very impressed. Very, very impressed. And like the screens, the response, all of that was done very, very well. So it's looking absolutely savage, to say the least, right? Systems that are convincing and not just present. The work that's gone into the systems is where the update gets interesting for the people who care about that sort of thing. The team's stated goal is for every part of the avionics to feed from the correct underlying component. So the synoptic pages pull the data concentration modules and the engine indications come from the electronic engine controllers rather than this kind of simplified central model. Right? Few other examples are the hydraulic fluid that heats up as the system does its work during the flapper gear movement, battery temperature that rises, and the team even say that it simulated the heat exchange between the hydraulic fluid and the fuel. So the fuel will warm slightly as the fluid cools. The team have also added lag filters to many indications so that they are smoother rather than snapping, with transition times the developer says were matched to reference material. In their words, the aim was to take this from a good system simulation to a convincing one. Nice touch with the flight controls. With the hydraulic system depressurized, the developers say that the control surface react to gravity and strong wind. Flip the aircraft inverted and the elevators, Mr. TPHI, will deflect the other way. The ailerons and spoilers stay put as they're hard locked when there's no pressure. So we've a couple of videos in this that we saw. We'll probably look at this one here because this is like the official trailer, right? Now we'll have to pause this here, go to YouTube, and
to the synaptic
I probably can't play their music because I always get in trouble when I do this, right? But we'll put it up here on the big screen and we'll play this for you here. Are we ready, lads?
Oh, Jesus.
That's what I said as well. We'll do one of these and see what happens. Bit of tune. Oh, Jesus, not that one. Bit of tunage. No, we'll do this instead. Very, very impressive, this thing. So the A220, it is on the way. I mean, as I said, looking at the trailer here and getting to see the gadget over there, man, it just looks and feels very much feature complete. Good to go. 777, thank you very much indeed. Jesus, look at that. 777 tier 3 for 21 months. Thank you very, very much indeed. Now, for anyone who wants to get an update on the score, quiet now. It's currently 3-2 to England. Bijani. Awesome, awesome. So yes, that is the current status of the upcoming Indy builds and Synaptic Simulations A220. Right. S. McConnell, good to see you, bud. I wanted to get more information on the X-Plane announcement Friday, but the team were busy with workshops each time I was by the booth. Neo, thank you very much for 46 months, buddy. Yeah, holy tabs is right, lads. It'll be busy now, but we'll get through it. Neo, thank you very much. And 777, thank you very much. Cheers, lads. Yeah, holy tabs. Boston Elf, good to see you, bud. But yes, the X-Plane stuff, their main focus is on their next-gen scenery. That's what they're after. Right, that's what they're going to be doing. And we'll cover that here now in a moment. So the A220, for those who are excited, I did get hands-on. I was properly impressed by this thing. I didn't think I would. I'd be like, it's a 220, it's an Airbus. This thing, I was very much impressed with because it's more than just the aircraft. These guys are focusing on new features and like the sound is incredible. It's incredible, right? And it ran very, very well. Moving on, Flight Sim Studios. So they didn't announce this on Friday. They're on the FS Elite stage on Saturday, and they revealed a Tupolev Tu-154M, and they also gave us some more details of their upcoming lineup. Now, this is kind of exciting because we don't have many Tupolev aircraft in the sim. The Soviet Trijet, it has been teasing as a special project without naming it. Well, they've now announced it. Right, and it's pretty cool. So they are building one, a Tu-154. It adds up to a fairly clear direction for the studio, move the existing fleet onto the current simulator as native products, and add one unusual aircraft on top. So the Soviet Trijet, the reveal ends the guessing. And a few weeks back, they closed one of its development updates on a deliberately vague note. A special project is being worked on, and it is that of an upcoming Tupolev aircraft. And we have some information here, but I think we do get a little trailer showing the aircraft. And you can see some of the details here from Flight Sim Studio. This looks pretty cool, I gotta say. And of course, typical Soviet era aircraft, they have the beautiful flight deck and that kind of luminous green kind of a color. It's pretty impressive. And then, of course, they went on then to their existing products. They also mentioned that finally the E-Jet series are almost feature complete. They're almost at their version 1 feature complete. This looks pretty cool. It's a mad looking jet. How we're going to learn how to fly this thing, lads, is anyone's guess. But I know Clem uses a Tupolev, I think, the odd time. It's a beautiful looking aircraft. Absolutely beautiful looking aircraft. So it was good to see this being announced by Flight Sim Studios. And again, they got access to the real aircraft. This is where they're able to get all their scans, all their pictures, all that kind of stuff. They just got full access to the aircraft, albeit a retired one. But it's pretty cool to see it. Looks very, 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 very good. Some of the footage there is from said aircraft they were looking at. Pretty cool, right? So other things, they talked about the P2012. In addition to that, the Traveller version 2, which is native to Flight Sim 2024, is on the way. And then the E-Jets are closing in on version 1.0. The most watched and most debated project has to be the E-Jets. They say most of the functionality is wanted for version 1 is now in place or in its final phase. And the main piece left is the new autopilot, which is in the final work and testing. They previously explained that it chose to rewrite the autopilot from scratch independently from the Microsoft Flight Sim system. This has been pretty much a pain in the arse for a lot of people because it just didn't behave the way they wanted it to. They're now very confident version 1 will be the ticket. And that's coming along close as well. Also, their 727, they're trying to make that a native aircraft inside of 2024 as well, with a number of new sounds, texture improvements, and a range of technical updates all on the way. So good news there from FSS. They were on the stage on Saturday with FS Elite, and it's great news to see that we now have a Tupolev on the way, because we don't have any really. There was a freeware one, I think, so that's good news. Now, Miltech, the Mad Devils, they were previewing the U2 at Expo, which we know that they're working on, and then they hid a Dash 8 in the rain. So there was a kind of a spoiler shot, and next thing people were like, what the hell is that? And the community has come back to say, well, that's a Dash 8. One thing to take from Miltech Simulations Expo presentation from Sunday, the studio knows exactly which corner of Microsoft Flight Sim it wants to live in. Most attention usually goes to airliners and shiny GA, while Miltech spent its stage time on a spy plane, a maintenance and wear system, 2 period sceneries, and then a closing one-liner that turned out to be an actual aircraft tease. So the U2, the headline is the Lockheed U2, first announced back in 2024. The version on stage this weekend is a long way from what the team showed us last year, with Miltech saying the aircraft went through one failed partnership before the studio decided to do it solo. And along the way, it survived 3 cockpit remakes, 2 exterior remakes, and 2 avionics remakes. That churn was not for nothing. Miltech saying the extra time let it work from far more public information that was available back in 2024, and that members met U2 pilots and crew in person, which has helped build the scope of this project. Again, they're on the stage to talk about it. The cockpit, fully functional, a couple of small instruments, 3 full MFDs carrying more than 35 model pages, has a working CDU, working radio, and the exterior model is around 90% complete, shipping with 27 liveries. There's going to be 3 variants, the U2S with the digital cockpit, the U2R with the analog, and the ER2, which is the NASA version of that analog office. True to Miltech's usual approach, the aircraft won't come alone. They're going to be bundling 5 sceneries, including that of RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, Fairford in the UK, a 1960s Groom Lake, Patrick Space Force Base, and a fictional airstrip for USSR flyover missions. Pretty cool, right? But beyond that, they were talking more about the BO-105. That was one thing that I think completely lacked at Flight Sim Expo this year. Little or nothing on helicopters, and that was from the software and the hardware. There was nothing for choppers. Heli pilots, grab your pitchforks, because there was shag all at Expo this year, which wasn't good, I thought. But anyway, other work that they're talking on, you can see some of the pictures here when it comes to the scenery, which looks absolutely deadly, and then the Dash 8. Because it kind of just it was an afterthought, but it does point to a de Havilland Canada DHC-8 in its Maritime Patrol variation. Now, Miltech said they have multiple variants planned, but beyond there's nothing concrete yet, so it's worth treating any talk of a civilian Q400 purely as speculation for now. If the surveillance Dash 8 turns out to be more than just a one-frame tease, Miltech will have assembled one of the most distinct special mission lineups in the sim. This is all pretty cool and very, very interesting. So Miltech definitely working on a lot of stuff. Now, Vector 787, Vector were there, and they showed up at FSExpo, and they were showing a United Airlines, or just United livery, and they gave us a deeper look inside the aircraft. I'm very excited for the 787. I think, we are missing that kind of high fidelity polish in there. So it's great to see this. Project Griffin, as it was originally called back in February, 1 FS Weekend QA and 1 very detailed written spotlight. The team used its FSExpo slot in St. Paul to do something different. Rather than lead with a fresh reveal, the studio head, Ellie, spent much of the stage talking on the 787, that it's, how they're putting it together, including the internal tools that developers use today. Pictures at the showcase was that, of course, of the United livery. And just to show you some of these pictures, this thing looks gorgeous. I know there's a lot of excitement for this Dreamliner to come into the sim. It looks stunning, I gotta say. And it was great to see them in that United livery. Very excited to see this airplane release in the sim. Flight deck, hydraulic systems, full deep dive into what the aircraft is capable of doing, and it's impressive. It's very impressive. So yeah, no word on a fixed release date, but they are working to get it released this year, which is terribly, terribly exciting. Blue Boy, thank you for the follow. So yeah, the 787, it absolutely looks class. The detailing, the systems pages. There's a lot of stuff going on. Look at the checklist, internal tools. This is how they're developing it. But then when you move across down to the aircraft screens, all your terminal charts on the correct screens, hydraulic systems look, engine pumps, look at all this information that you're getting built into that 787. This is very impressive. Very, very impressive. And the textures and modeling inside in the cockpit, this looks superb. So I'm very excited to see more from Vector, and Ellie gave us a great overview as well. Now, Microsoft, of course, we mentioned this earlier, the Boeing 707, a second chance, and they handed it over to Working Title and I&I Builds. The 707 segment, one that came up with the most history and the most ambition, when famous flyer number 10 it arrived back in September 2024, developed by Airplane Heaven. Well, the reception was mixed. With criticism aimed at the visuals and also the overall depth. Jorg didn't dance around it on stage, saying plainly the aircraft wasn't what the team wanted it to be when it launched, but now they're going to fix that, a complete rebuild under a pairing of Working Title and I&I Builds. This is very, very exciting because this new aircraft is going to feature 3 new cockpits. The team has gone with a combi configuration, a cargo deck forward of the wings and roughly 110 passenger seats behind it, complete with a cargo door and rear passenger entry. Burnett noted Boeing marketed the type as a convertible from passenger to cargo in a single day with 8 people. The bigger news, the 707 will ship with 3 different cockpits, each reflecting a different nav era. The Garmin GNS version, a SIVA inertial navigation system, and then a UNS-1, flying with modern ORNAV. We've seen this already in the L1011. The SIVA, of course, is in the centerpiece. The SIVA INS is a key part of navigation technology for the older aircraft, and Working Title have modelled the alignment process, the drift that accumulates over flight, and the full 9 waypoint limitation of the real unit. Because the real SIVA can only hold 9 waypoints at once, any flight plan longer than that requires cycling waypoints through it during the flight, exactly what crews had to do back in the day. But there's also going to be a companion EFB app that will take some of the friction out of this. According to Burnett, its SIVA tab automates the loading and cycling of waypoints and can optionally pull in arrival and departure procedures through, although purists can turn all of that off if they want, right? The same EFB carries takeoff and landing performance along with continuously updated EPR thrust targets based on pressure, altitude and temperature, which is pretty cool, and a virtual flight engineer who will work on the panel. This was a 3-pilot crew, and rather than you having to worry about everything, they've built a virtual flight engineer to do all the stuff. This is bringing this aircraft into the realms of, you know, what it should have been. As we scroll through some of the pictures here, it has a weather radar built in, right? Beyond that, we're looking at the SIVA INS systems. Then we have the companion app, virtual flight engineer. You can see it, cockpit preparation before start, after landing, it's all there. Automatic monitoring of fuel, EPR bugs, air source, fuel temperature, and you can get down to the SIVA, doors, data cards and options. So this is going to be very similar, I would think. Malky, yeah, I'd say this is going to be very close to what any builds have achieved with the L1011. Very close to what I'd say. Also, flight control surfaces, because they are very unique with this aircraft, all been correctly modelled. The visuals are all there, and the system's depth, including your electrical system with an APU, hydraulic, pneumatic, and your engine fuel systems, all getting savage attention to detail. The directional gyro compass will have its own drift built in, detailed modelling throughout the aircraft, interior and exterior, and then the convertible 707, the combi config, where they're able to change it from passenger to freighter. So it's going to be fully native to 2024, collaboration between Builds and Working Title with 3 cockpit variants. This is very exciting news. 707, one of 5 aircraft slated to release for the Avionics and Aircraft Update number 5, which also includes the Boeing 307 Stratoliner, the Curtiss C-46 Commando, and of course the Ford Tri-Motor. Several of which were the original Airplane Heaven projects. Be very interesting to see if we get our beloved DC-3 in there. But anyway, they're expecting kind of late July or August for this, so not terribly long, lads, not terribly long. As the summer kind of draws to a close, that's when we can expect to start seeing these aircraft. So I thought that was great news, you know. Now, on that said announcement on stage, well, Raoul was there and he got the crowd moving, got them all excited and energized, and he started talking about the Piper M600, which is licensed by Piper, and it's now released as the Expert Series 2. This was a very interesting kind of take on an aircraft
that Microsoft released as part of the expert series, because, you know, Raoul says, well, listen, if it's going to be an expert series, this should have the features and systems depth that should more closely match the real world aircraft. So things like hot starts, things like engine burnout and all this, like he wanted all of these things included, which he achieved. So the expert series 2 aircraft, this is live. We're going to be flying this aircraft soon over the coming days. It's released on the marketplace for $24.99. Right, and anyone thinking that this is going to be, you know, a similar aircraft to the FSR 500, it is, but it doesn't feature the FS Reborn tablet. That's an FS Reborn thing. You've seen similarities with kind of Carenado having their EFB or not having an EFB. The FSR stuff, which includes all like the crew and passengers, that's FS Reborn. So, you know, if you want that sort of an experience, your FSR 500 is the place to go. With the M600, it's the focus is very much on the aircraft. Systems depth, sounds, handling, auto land capabilities, and as I say, all the failure options which are baked into it as well. What was very impressive here, and we do have you can see the trailer video, but what was very impressive here is the fact that damage is modeled with the aircraft, which can show the likes of a hot start and flames coming out the exhaust. In collaboration with Work Entitled, they've also worked on the avionics of the aircraft, and I gotta say, it does look very pretty. I want to break in my tab. Let's refresh this. Here we go. Doesn't it look absolutely gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous, right? So the aircraft is now available, and as I said, we're going to go flying this in the coming days. So great news, and just how busy, you know, Raoul has been. We'll show you this trailer briefly, because I think this is absolutely gorgeous. We'll do one of these now. Have I a button down here somewhere? Oh, Bajani, then we do. We'll do one of these, look. The Piper M600. So you might be thinking, why the M600 if you have the FSR 500? Well, the price point of this is excellent. It's faster and goes a little bit further than the FSR 500, the Meridian. This is the next step up from Piper. And as you can see from the footage here, it's beautiful looking, man. General Aviation, what a way to go, but what a super looking aircraft. So this is now available in the sim. And as I said, yeah, we're going to spend a bit of time flying this over the coming days and weeks. So great news there from FS Reborn. Now, Builds, of course, they released their A380 trailer, and they also teased a Bombardier-shaped jet, if you didn't see the trailer. So, Builds, ahead of time, they announced Chicago O'Hare, and they also mentioned multi-jetway, or jetways, which appears to be coming to Builds sceneries, right? But, again, we have an awesome trailer here of the A380. I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy this. We'll go to YouTube and... Give us all the quality here now, Betsy. Up you divid you. And we'll watch this one here, because keep your eyes peeled, because you will see a hint of another aircraft in this as well. So we'll check this one out as well. Press some buttons here, Murph. Hang on, I have a button here, look. Bajani, then we'll do one of these and see what happens. There you go, Betsy. I mean, it looks absolutely shocking, doesn't it? It's cool looking. The textures alone, they really do make the aircraft stand out. And yeah, look, we do have an option with fly-by-wire, a free A380, which is incredible, by the way. But I think this is the chance to get just that kind of top of the range high fidelity aircraft in here with the A380, and like the sheer amount of systems that can be implemented and the experience that indie builds bring to it. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of excitement for this aircraft as well. The business jet that is somewhat kind of hidden away in plain sight does look to be the Bombardier Global 6000. They have yet to confirm nor deny. I think FSLE kind of said what it was. They were like, hey, indie builds are doing this. But yeah, it's exciting times, of course, with indie builds. I mean, you know, it's the excitement levels with this, and of course also their their new sceneries for O'Hare, and not to mention, you know, triple jetways. Pretty cool indeed. So yeah, it's going to be interesting, lads, and we're looking forward to it. This was the work in progress. This aircraft, right? That was a teaser that was just put there, right? So, yeah, very exciting times for the business jet people. You know what I mean? So we shall see what happens. Muse fan is like, I'll never be able to wrap my head around why people think this is ugly. And then Energizer says, yeah, but there's people who think Skodas are good looking. Shag off the pair of you, you know. Tris Kadek says, Raoul talking about bad things happening, fires, etc. was hilarious. Microsoft historically shied away from all of that. Manufacturers don't like it. Yeah, there was a couple of like, oh, it's doing what? But it's great to see. I mean, look, Raoul's point is, hey, you know, if you're calling this an expert series, well, let's make it an expert series, right? Wicked Lumberjacks, thank you very much indeed for 17 months. Cheers, buddy. What an absolute ledge. Cheers, man. Now, an aircraft that got released that wasn't kind of, you know, shouted at, iFly have now released the 737 MAX SP1. It's out now, and it's the final update or release, if you like, for 2020. The next one is going to be focused on a 2024 native build. Now, the aircraft is strictly speaking a 2020 add-on, but it is working in 2024. The update has been a very long time coming, but it is a huge update. What's in the box? The main things that we see. It's a brand new EFB, which I need to figure out how to use this. Cockpit window frame, cabin voices. Well, the EFB is on the cockpit. We've new cabin voice announcements, a MAX 8 200 model, but not everything made it though. The CPDLC, one of the more anticipated items, didn't get there just yet. And iFly say they have to wait, possibly arriving with the free 2024 native version, which is coming down the line. A lot of cool stuff was added to this aircraft. I've seen this being flown on YouTube over the last couple of days. I haven't flown it yet. I always enjoyed flying the Max. I thought they did a great job at this. I'm very much looking forward to flying this. I might fly tomorrow night on VATSIM. We'll see how we go, because she's a different beast now. And I do want to spend a bit of time on it. But yeah, this update, I mean, visuals, systems, and of course that new EFB does look very, very impressive indeed. And considering this is their last, you know, 2020 update, it's going to be interesting to see what they can push forward into the 2024 platform. Pretty cool. Lots of detail, lots of eye candy, lots of features have all been put into this aircraft. And I think, yeah, you're just going to see a lot of traffic now with some 737 MAX aircraft flying along. This is the biggest change when it comes to the aircraft. I think they moved away from that EFB to something that is just a lot more cleaner, I think, from the UI perspective. And yeah, very, very cool to see, getting your charts and all this jazz in there as well. And then overall, just the other pictures we can see from this video. It just looks absolutely deadly. And the sound overhaul as well. Sounds really sounding a lot more beefier, and just the detail, lads. You know what I mean? The 2024 experimental version does have a memory leak. iFly are working to fix it. It affects other aircraft as well. You had to uninstall it. No. I haven't tried it yet, but it is definitely on my list of things to check out. But great news from iFly. But that's not all. General aviation pilots rejoice because Black Square Commander 114 is fully revealed, 2 aircraft in one, and it also includes the first working storm scope in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, Just Flight kind of did a little bit of a storm scope. They wanted to dial it in. It never happened. They wanted to add it in. Black Square, Nick, he's after figuring it out. We do have 40 screenshots available right now. The product page is live on Just Flight's website. 2 commanders for the price of 1. That's one of the main details, since the package would include 2 aircraft, a 1977 commander and also a 114 fitted with aftermarket turbo normalizing package and aftermarket air conditioning. It matches what developer Nick Kazansky hinted at Just Flight's forums recently. The normally aspirated 114 is the classic low and slow, while the turbo normalized version, which also gets passenger and crew oxygen, turns the aircraft into a more serious high-altitude cross-country machine. Now, the storm scope is pretty impressive here because it's going to show you lightning strikes directly on the avionics, and this is a real-world instrument which seems now to be working inside the sim, which is cool. Because it's black square, you know you're going to get such a depth of features and avionic systems. I mean, this thing is going to be absolutely frightening. And just looking at some of these screenshots, I mean, lads, you cannot be anything other than impressed by how good this aircraft looks. Look at the state. Look. All the new planes, you need to come up with a good excuse to the missus. You're going to need like time off, missus. Time away from missus, right? But yeah, like the screenshots, the modeling, these look absolutely gorgeous. Black Square have already established themselves as one of the leaders in general aviation aircraft. We've seen it with the Dukes, we've seen it with the Bonanza, the Baron, we've seen it across their fleet. Then we had the Caravan, and these aircraft, the Commanders, are going to be no different. I'm very much looking for that Strike Commander as well, the Aero Commander. That's a twin engine. Looks like that's going to be following these. But I mean, look at the details there. Doesn't it look absolutely gorgeous? Gorgeous. So very much looking forward to learning more about these aircraft. Hopefully, if Nick has time, we'll get him on a live stream to chat about them. But yeah, very much looking forward to it. The sound of the aircraft are working with Boris Audio Works. And yeah, I would expect to start seeing this aircraft some stage this month, if not next month. But it's definitely within the next kind of, 2 to 6 weeks release window, which is great. So awesome news there. Also, something we covered there last week, Blue Sky's, their Blue Sky hangars, their Grumman AA5 family. It's now been released, 3 variants, 4 different cockpits, and the aircraft is now available for $27.99. It's available over on Just Flight, and it's compatible with both 2020 and 2024. We brought these for a very quick spin, really enjoyable aircraft, just a beautiful general aviation aircraft. And BR Sim Designs, of course, have their AA5B Tiger. What we have here from Blue Sky Hangar is an AA5 Traveller, a Cheetah, and a Tiger. We get 3 different variants with the aircraft as well. We get options for the avionics, and we can swap these out even into a G1000 suite. I like the way how the EFB works, the sheet of paper. That's where you can turn stuff on or off. Even you can drop the back seats in the aircraft as well. This is a really nice kind of general aviation tour, and I think they did a great job. It's available right now. We checked it out last week, and it's very nice for the studio's first release. I thought this was quite nice, so we'll have to keep an eye to see what sort of updates it gets over the coming weeks and months. Next Gen Simulations, they've released their Embraer 110 Bandeirante version 2. It's now out. I picked it up. We're going to be showcasing this next week, and it's a native 2024 aircraft. I very much like the 2020 version. It suffered terribly from the sounds. They were crap. So let's see how version 2 goes in 2024. If this is an aircraft you're considering to get, there is an upgrade path if you had version 1. If not, it's like €39 or something like that. 34.99, or you can get it for 13.99. So it's version 2 of the Bandeirante. Very interesting aircraft. Comes in a cargo or passenger variant, and plenty of avionics in the aircraft as well. Turboprop engines. The biggest thing is going to be, well, how's the sounds, right? And that's what we're going to check out next week. So if this is on your radar, if you're thinking of getting it, as I say, we'll cover this next week on the news for anyone who might be interested. Almost finished now with aircraft. Aerosoft and Tolis have made the A340-600 Pro native to Flight Sim 2024. Update version 1.0.3 is now live, and the main changes is the migration over to 2024 with its native modular sim object structure, along with the addition of LODs. which does affect how the aircraft performs, especially at busier airports. The aircraft is now more efficient, which is great news for anyone flying this aircraft. They also refreshed the turbulence, the taxicam, all getting some extra work put in and fixes. And also the taxicam, it's also back. It was removed in a previous build due to compatibility issues following Sim Update 5. They seem to have got that fixed, which is good news. Wind control compatibility and the rest of the changelog, Aerosoft say they've addressed its side of the integration with wind control, and there's a solid list of additional smaller fixes in the update as well. So there's a little update from Ariel on their 707. Camofornication says, so annoying that the cabin textures in this update are messed up. I didn't see it yet, but if there is an issue, yeah, that's not good news. Moving things over to 2024, the LOD especially, that could be causing an issue. But if there is an issue, make sure it's fed back to the developers on this as well. So, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Did you see the GSX update now has vehicle cams for tugs? I saw an update earlier on. I don't think I have it covered here, Stu. Again, it's something I'll have a look at next week. But yeah, I did an update on GSX today and I pulled in something and it was a fairly large one. So yeah, we'll have to go a looking there now in a moment. Now, over to FlightSimTees.com. As I said, Gibbo's been flat out, and I just wanted to draw your eyes to this. It's a brand new cap under the collaboration section of FlightSimTees.com. Gibbo is working on new designs. They're still on the way, but I wanted to show this one. This is this very hat I hold here in my hand. Anyone at Expo who came up and saw me, they got one. As I mentioned, the Microsoft Flight Sim team got them as well, as did FS Elite and so on. However, it's now available if you want to grab one. Scott has one. He said it was lovely. And €19.99. Shipping all depends on where you are. But this is a beautiful, beautiful cap. We don't really do caps. I never did caps on the channel. There was one design from long ago. This, though, is a different kettle of fish. It is a two-tone cap. And the reason why, I'm showing you this is because Gibbo went off and he made it. And there's a mad-looking devil wearing the devil there now. Look at the state of him, look. But yeah, it is the hat I was wearing at Expo. And if you're into hats, right, it's now made available over on FlightSimTees.com. Massive thanks to Gibbo for doing it. He designed it, he did all the stuff, and he has it printed. And I got to say, it is absolutely gorgeous. I have it here beside me. There's the real life version of it there. Beautiful detail, very, very comfortable, hard wearing, and it's an adjustable strappy thing with Velcro on the back. So yeah, great for keeping your head safe and hiding any sort of baldness that might be there. Do you know what I mean? Was it an AI generated Murph model? Could have been. You wouldn't know. I'm better looking than that. Well, who said that? But yeah, check it out, lads. Again, FlightSimTees.com. Check out all the work that Gibbo's doing. He has new designs on the way, but the new official TTM cap is now available if you want to grab it. So great stuff, and a massive thanks to Gibbo and Flight Sim Tees for that. As you can see, the rest of his stuff here, it's absolutely fantastic, and he has more designs coming soon. So do be sure to check it out. FlightSimTees.com. Check it out there. Now, over to scenery. UK 2000 bringing Oshkosh Whitman to Microsoft Flight Sim just ahead of AirVenture. Of all the airports a scenery studio could pick in the US, few carry the weight of Oshkosh. For 1 week every July, this otherwise quiet Wisconsin field turns into the busiest airport in the world. The control tower working more movements than anywhere else on the planet, while hundreds of thousands of people and thousands of aircraft pour in for EAA AirVenture. UK 2000 have just put Oshkosh Whitman Airport on sale for 2020 and 2024. The timing, fairly bang on, right? AirVenture running from July 20 to 26, so the release is great to see. It's the most recognisable US airport UK 2000 have done so far. The studio built its name on British fields, but over the past year it's been assembling a USA portfolio. The run started in New England and continues on with New Hampshire, and then of course we saw the Midwest and Illinois, with Oshkosh now coming into fray. One thing I'll say about UK 2000, their sceneries are very... QC Frank, thank you very much. Their sceneries are very photorealistic. Frank, 37 months. Cheers, buddy. I haven't grabbed this yet. I'll pick it up. We'll have a jaunt around next week. But very cool to see that we're getting a high fidelity scenery. Usually Pilot Edge and the other lads make the sceneries for the event for Oshkosh, but it's great to see this now as a standard airport in the sim as well. So the field itself, deep roots with history. It began back in 1927, would you believe? Musefan remembers it well. And holy tabs, Batman, right? Performance has always been at the forefront of what UK 2000 aim for. And yeah, this one is built around the flying in and out rather than walking in and out of a terminal. So it's on sim market right now for about $18 US. We're going to add this to our plan for next week. We want to check out Oshkosh. I do like UK 2000. They do make really nice sceneries, and they don't bother, as I say, with the interiors of that. It's all about flying in and flying out, getting you that experience of what the place looks like. So yeah, very much looking forward to that. SoFly, we announced this earlier on, they have released Budapest Airport, Lima Hotel Bravo Papa for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, announced during FSExpo Friday. What we have here, it's built specifically for Flight Sim 2024 from the ground up, and the feature set reflects that, including that of a detailed terminal interior based on real-world references, custom jetways, animated passengers and vehicles. It even has sounds thrown in there for good measure. It's one of Europe's most interesting and diverse airports, SoFi said in their announcement. From busy European short-haul traffic through to international cargo and long-haul services, well, the airport delivers a fantastic mix of operations and atmospheres. You can pick this up right now from the SoFly store, priced at $13.49 or about $21, and the launch discount runs until the end of June, with the regular price of $14.99. So, pretty cool to see Budapest now in the sim. Moving on, Flight to High. This wasn't announced at FSExpo. In actual fact, Orbex had nothing and no one at FSExpo. But Flight to High have put New York's busiest private jet airport, Westchester County, into Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Presented by Orbex. And this one is out in New York. We're used to JFK or LaGuardia, but Westchester, just down the road, that's where a lot of the region traffic goes. It's about 3 miles northeast of White Plains, about 30 miles north of Manhattan, and it's now released. And it looks very, very nice. Flight to High has spent the last couple of years methodically filling in the mid-sized US airports. They did Tweed New Haven in Connecticut, which I thought was excellent. And this one here, what they're looking at, looks very, very good indeed. We do have a trailer. We'll have a quick look at it here. Just to show you what the crack looks like, because I gotta say, it looks very, very good. Westchester County, lads. We'll have a look and see what you think. So we have a score update on the English match. If you're interested, if you're not, put me on mute right now. Score at the moment is England leading 4-2. Thanks for the update. England, yeah, if it's 4-2, they should have it. Malky, Murph, I also unlocked level 2. Do you want to unlock FBOs? Yes, please, Malky. Yes, fire ahead, buddy. FBOs will be a nice addition to our virtual airline with On Air. Definitely. So Westchester, it is now available. Looks very, very nice. About $17 from Orbex. We'll check this out next week as well. We're going to be busy next week, but we'll have a look at this as well. That sound overview for the Just Flight Fokker, so good. Yes, absolutely so good. I don't think I have it here. Again, we're going to leave a bit of stuff for next week. Otherwise, we'll be just talking about, how my lawn is getting on. But yeah, Now, other updates. Flight Tampa Toronto has been updated to version 1.5 for both 2020 and 2024. Flight Tampa has pushed out the latest update to the Toronto International Airport, and the updated scenery includes a relabeled taxiway, new pavement and ground textures, and also improved grass. Toronto Pearson, the largest and busiest airport in Canada, hosts 5 runways and is a hub for Air Canada, Porter Airlines, WestJet, and Air Transat, offering routes across the American continent. You can pick it up either on Orbex or Sim Market, and interesting to see an update. Version 1.5 is now available. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. Gabby Logan and Gabby Logan or Gary Logan. Good man, Muse. Yeah, but you're like, just in case someone said, no, I'll watch this and then I'll watch the match, and then you have people saying what the score is. You know what I mean? Someone somewhere will say, thanks, Murph. I can feel it in my bones, right? Now, EFBX, Gabby. Oh, right, very good. EFBX, right? We had a chance to catch up with Katie Pilot, and Britain was there as well. And this is looking at the upcoming EFB platform, which is going to be basically it's an electronic flight bag that Katie has designed, and is coming soon to Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and 2024. And we have a trailer here that we get to show you. Come on, Dan. You see, Dan's happy about that. So again, we'll go over to the tube. No, Janie Mac, pitched. Noise. We'll go over here to YouTube and check it out. Now, there's sounds here we can't play, but we'll just show this here in the background. So, EFBX, people are asking what it is. Basically, it's its own third-party EFB, compatible with anything, and it's built around the logic of an airline pilot, in fact an airline captain, which Katie is. And the idea being is it is a platform that's opened itself up to other developers if they wish to build their own apps that can run inside the ecosystem, but it also has things that can control your sim natively from your tablet. It'll even launch the sim, it'll work with GSX, gives you the weather, it gives you planning, and that's only to name just a few. Moving maps showing you all your VATSIM information. As I mentioned, flight planning, signing off for fuel, signing off for the flight plan. You can load in your checklist, as you're seeing here from the pictures as well. This is pretty close to what like the ultimate EFB would be inside a real world pilot's kind of briefcase, if you wanted to, right? Now, Katie did announce that there is going to be a free version of this, then they're going to have a pro version. So the idea being is they wanted this to be accessible to all, and there's a lot of cool features with this, designed to run on your laptop, Windows, Apple, through a browser, on your phone, or on a tablet, and it looks pretty cool, I have to say. The UI looks absolutely incredible. If the Amazon tablet can open a web browser, then yes, it will work. Yeah, with the weather stuff that they're able to dial into this, it's very, very cool. Plus, as I mentioned, all these other apps can live directly on your EFB. The weather integration is pretty cool. The flight planning is awesome. And you can get full briefings of the weather, your METAR, your TAF, you can get D-ATIS, and you can get all your stuff, as I say, for your VATSIM flying. Very, very cool looking. We were told it is scheduled to release this year, right? A lot of work has gone into this. They're planning to release it this year. As Katie mentioned, there's going to be a number of different tiers for it. As I said, there's going to be a free version, there's going to be a paid version, and it'll work on any smart device. Its own inbuilt app store, as you can see, has incredible weather stuff. You can get in, look at your FS Elite, Threshold, you name it. All the different apps that are put in there, to name but a few. Real-time push notifications, full flight tracking, flight debriefing, right? There's a lot of stuff going on here. And you can see, look, request deboarding, request catering services. This is all the menu from GSX that you can now select through the tablet. It does it automatically just by selecting on your EFB. It's very, very powerful what we're looking at here. And you can see things happening. If you don't have a tablet, it'll work on your phone. It'll work through a web browser. Very, very cool. That's just windy.com, but again, you can see all the different options we can see from GSX, right? You can also change how it looks. It has its own filters coming in, right? Change the appearance of your sim. When it comes to the VATSIM radar is built in. All your flight planning is in there. Just incredible. Order your fuel, your briefing, sign it all off. This is going to be class, lads. It's just going to be class. So very much looking forward to hearing more news on this. It's going to be entering beta shortly. And once we get more information, we'll be sure to have Katie on to talk more about it. So EFBX looking absolutely incredible. The trailer was awesome, and they had a booth at Expo as well. Pretty cool. Now, we covered this earlier. Just a quick look at it. Navigraph announcing their Oceanic Tracks, VFR charts, and also the Epic 2 avionics. The Oceanic Tracks is going to be definitely something, pilots flying long haul are going to be appreciative of. They cover both the Pacific and the Atlantic, right? They're in there, and it'll auto route into the sim as well. I think the biggest thing for me has to be the VF4 maps that are now available for the entirety of Brazil, and we also have the Middle East and Southeast Asia. Some incredible detail gone into our maps, and of course the Epic 2 avionics suite, which is the PC12 and the PC24 so far, has Navigraph natively available inside the avionics in the sim, and that includes SimBrief, which is great to see. So yeah, great news there from Navigraph with these features added into the sim. So pretty cool there. SoFly also spoke about their Cabin Announcement Pro, and they have revealed a major Aerotone audio overhaul. This is all on the stage on Friday, and Cabin Announcement Pro is now committed to a 2026 release, and SoFly are promising that. And they're also working on the new sounds with Aerotone, including that of dynamic rain sounds across the aircraft as well, which could be pretty cool. So SoFly, Callum, he was on the stage. They have a lot of work going on in the background, in addition to all the scenery that they're working on. Aerotone, a lot of people say, would you not just use, FS Realistic? It's more aimed at console that doesn't have the option of FS Realistic, but I will say the sounds from Aerotone are excellent. Echo 19 did the sounds. They are excellent sounds to have in the sim, completely replacing and adding sounds for the environment that you're operating in. Parallel 42, they've brought contrails back. They're calling it Skytrails. If there was confusion over this, SimFX, which was a 2020 add-on from Parallel 42, added in all sorts of cool stuff. Vortices, contrails, all these visual effects. They can't get that working in 2024. At least they can't get it working to where they want it to work. So what they said was, well, look, Skytrails, basically the contrails works. So what they've done, they're going to say, look, you can now just pick up Skytrails. If you owned SimFX for 2020, you can get Skytrails for free. Pretty cool. It's a feature of SimFX that, works in 2024. So they've released it in 2024 natively. It's free if you own SimFX for Flight Sim 2020. And the idea being is, it's one of those things in a flight sim, you don't notice it's missing, or you don't notice it until it's missing. You know what I mean? So this is something that we'll throw in there. If you never owned it, you can pick it up for about $10 US. And of course, if you owned SimFX, it's free. The pitch is simple. It's look up real world sky on a clear day. You usually spot a couple of contrails. At the moment in the sim, you can't. But this, you can. The utility generates contrails from AI traffic, live traffic, and multiplayer traffic aircraft. The more interesting trick might be to get fictional contrail generation. When real traffic isn't enough to populate the sky, sky trails can intelligently generate fictional high-altitude trails and mix them with real ones, so the world above you never feels deserted. Which is pretty cool. And when you look at it here, when you see the thing in action, there's nothing in the sky, and then all of a sudden there is. You know what I mean? It's available over on the Parallel 42 website, and if you had SimFX for 2020, you can get Skytrails for free. It just adds that something to the sim going, look, there's, you know what I mean? Because it does look very impressive. And this is something I used to love with SimFX, As a photographer, I don't like it. Hermit, something, you take care, buddy. Have a good one. So it'll power contrails to other aircraft, not your own. Other aircraft, you'll see Skytrails doing the work. But yeah, it's available right now, and as I said, you can pick it up over on the Parallel 42 store. It's free for those who had SimFX. So, great news there. Now, we're nearly there, lads. City Update 15, it's out now. Chicago finally gets its moment. So we see Illinois, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. We do have a video trailer here to show you, because I'm always kind of like, I'm blown away by these trailers. We should be able to play this. We'll play the music. So, City Update 15, it's now available in the sim, and it's for free. It's the next City Update from Microsoft Flight Simulator. They pushed this out at FSExpo. It's live now, and it covers a lot more photogrammetry cities in and around kind of the Chicago neck of the woods, and of course St. Paul and Minneapolis and Wisconsin. Absolutely great stuff. It's free for all. You can grab it, and no cost to 2024 owners. You can grab it through the marketplace. So it's pretty cool. Notice how they avoided showing the old Miggs field. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? There is an add-on you can get for it that puts Miggs field into the sim. I forget where it comes from, though. But yeah, I'm looking forward to exploring that over the coming days as well. Bus trips return. Reno goes free, and the 707 getting rebuilt. That was Microsoft Flight Sim's keynote, and of course the M600. The bus trips I think is interesting. The 707 we had a look at. The Piper looks absolutely brilliant. The M600, and then World Update 22 is much bigger than what the trailer suggested. So, you know, we saw all the different 31 national parks, but they have some aerial imagery at 15 to 30 centimeter resolutions. That's absolutely bananas. Incredible stuff, right? As good as you saw, like, you know, Yosemite and the Grand Canyon, they now have better detail, which is deadly. Also then the Goodyear blimp is going to be added, and that's due to land on World Update 22, which is due to land on the 4th of July for free. Right? Absolutely brilliant. Now, Reno, Martial Martial and then Jorg and then Martial, they were talking about Reno, right? The Reno air races. And, you know, they said, look, they had it in 2020 and they weren't terribly happy with the way they kind of showed it off. They were like, look, it was behind a paywall, and there was options for it in terms of like the multiplayer sessions. That's all being reworked. And we're going to be seeing the National Champion Air Races relaunch in 2024, which is going to be free. And they've even added a new class described as a stall, short takeoff landing, drag race, which is pretty cool. So very much looking forward to this. And they also said improved multiplayer, scheduled races, public races, and private lobbies, which is what was needed. The biggest problem we had, you didn't know who you were flying against. And word on the street is that I heard from a person who's heard it from the person who heard it from, you know, another person, substantial updates and upgrades to the multiplayer experience when it comes to these races. So looking forward to that as well. Also with Sim Update 6, Martial came on to talk about the airport night lighting, and I gotta say it looks absolutely incredible. New features being added to the flight model, showing better visualizations, right? And Sebastian went through all of that. Helicopter developers to get 4 new debugging tools, which should make helis way better, way better, because they can now see, you know, what all that kind of updraft, downdraft, all the wind is doing, and air pressure moving around above, below, and beside the aircraft, front and back, the whole shebang. Career mode improvements also being rolled out, airport lighting being overhauled, and so on and so on. There's a lot of cool changes. Also, they've done a bit of work with the marketplace. Gifting has been confirmed. Inflated scores are going to be removed. They've spotted this. So their focus is heavy on the marketplace. They want to make the marketplace a better experience for everyone. They will be working on that. And as I say, gifting finally happening. That's going to come with Sim Update 5.1. Some restrictions: you can only gift to a friend. The recipient can't already own them. Certain currencies are only available. No virtual currency gifting. Jorg admitted he considered launching it during the keynote, and in his words, chickened out. But it's close to release, so that's going to be good. So Microsoft had a huge keynote at that as well. And of course, we know about the upcoming National Parks update for the World Update for July 4th. Very much looking forward to that. And as I said, some of the details we've seen, even in this trailer, it's like jaw-droppingly good, lads. This is coming out on the 4th of July. There's only like two or 3 weeks to wait now. But like the detailing is absolutely superb. With new water masking, they actually talked about this as well. It's going to be mainly done by world updates, Al. I was asking them about that. They don't have a magic code for the world. There's certain things they can tweak, but especially whenever they get new DEM data or satellite imagery from Bing, they now come back in to check water masking. So it is something that they are now actively watching. But like this sort of data that you can see, we've flown to pretty much a lot of these regions already in the sim, but we did not have this. So look at that's out of a freaking movie. Look at the detail we have. Isn't that incredible looking? Like these are going to be just jaw-dropping moments in the sim. When you look at the detail, when you see the Grand Canyon, like it is absolutely friggin' nuts. We thought like Mount Rushmore's in there. Look at the Grand Canyon. Like this was already jaw-dropping, completely enhanced now. Way more better data. It's amazing what 2 years can do. So yeah, very, very much looking forward to that. And of course, with the new air races coming in. With Meridian, we covered this at the start, and we can see here now from the X-ray controller. This is pretty cool and also interchangeable. It's modular. You can move things around, move buttons around, and so on. And of course, then we talk about the horizon and the latitude. So we have the hardware. We saw it working. There's pre-orders. My advice: don't pre-order. Wait for these things to be available. Very much want these to be a roaring success, but the track record just once bitten twice shy, or what's this? What was that famous saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fail me twice, shame on me. But anyway, he also went on and talked about the new rudder pedals. And Nicky went on to say how his design is going to be better because it's working off a cable and pulley system, which he describes gives a way better feeling of what the aircraft is doing. But they're not force feedback, so we shall see. But yeah, very exciting stuff from Meridian. I just want the stuff to be available. You know what I mean? So he's planning to ship this stuff later in the year, October and then December. So January, February, that's when I hope we can go back to this and say, yeah, the hardware is brilliant. You know what I mean? So we have to wait and see. Now, new video from Cockpit Simulations. We had a look at this on the show floor. And this is the 737 throttle, right? And this is very, very impressive, lads. This is a real world replica of basically what you find in the cockpit of a 737. Motorized auto throttle, the speed brake is motorized, the trim tabs fully motorized. This thing is pretty much as real as you're going to get, and extremely hard wearing, very hard. I mean, your man I was talking to, Lee, she was like throwing the stuff around. It does cost €4,000 though. Actually, $4,000. $4,200, in fact, would get you that big lump of a machine. But brilliant. I mean, like, if you're in the market for it and you had that sort of money, absolutely deadly. Like, deadly. That was one of the coolest things I saw in terms of hardware at Expo. I was very impressed. Virtual Fly, we announced their stuff as well. We're talking about them with their new yoke, which is going to have force feedback. Did we get a price on the gadget? I don't think so. Pre-order is going to be $170, right? And then the cup holders, right? But yeah, so that was the Virtual Fly stuff. Then they started showing us this brand new Duo Pro Caravan. And this is expensive. Like, we're talking close to the €1 million mark for this kind of stuff. Probably more, I don't know. They're authorized by the FAA, which is important because these are used as real world trainers. And it's exactly everything that you'd find inside, of course, a Grand Caravan. So cool stuff from Virtual Fly if you had the money. Turtle Beach announced the Velocity One HOTAS, which is pretty cool. So Turtle Beach, they were there. They had a lot of stuff going on. They had a very busy booth, and they were showing their new HOTAS with the throttle and the stick. Very impressive looking. Honeycomb also had stuff there as well. I think a lot of people were happy with the Turtle Beach joystick that came out, and now they have a full HOTAS system in there as well. Very cool looking, nice tactile buttons. It's nice gear, it's nice hardware. Turtle Beach make nice stuff, and the pricing is quite good as well. So I need to get more on the pricing when they release their pricing, but I think they were aiming kind of $200 or $300 for this. You know what I mean? So the joystick upgraded, and you have all these new buttons added onto it, and then you have the dual throttle. It's very good gear. Super Typhon has a Velocity One stick. Yeah, it's great reviews of that stuff. They're a great stick. So Turtle Beach were busy there. FlightSim.com, we're talking about them as well with Fabian, with the new panels, the new Boeing yoke. And then the new panel. But this is expensive stuff, lads. As I said, like it's not. This isn't aimed at like the lower end of the market. This is around $1,100 for this panel, and that's without the yoke. It's just the panel. So if you were to say, right, hang on a second, if that's $1,100, what you can buy from Altimeter Motives, you would get the full panel for about $300, and then you just stick it on like a 22-inch monitor that you pick up for $100. So it's less than half the price. All things considered, it's actually half the price with Air Manager. So I would recommend anyone go the Altimeter Motives area, only because of the price. Nothing against the quality or how it works. It's just the price. I think you can get pretty much the same quality for half the price. No brainer, right? Mo's, of course, they were there. Zach, as I said, announced the couple of bits and pieces. Pretty cool to see. That F-18 style panel looks awesome. Their Airbus and Boeing style stuff, and a G1000 in there for good measure as well. Pretty cool stuff, right? Aviation, they were there. Now, they use P3D because it's licensed. So, yeah. But they have ordered new equipment from Scalarchy. So Aviation are running Scalarchy electronic panels and cockpits. They're very impressive, and they're moving to multiple locations across the US. And even Scott was telling me you can actually rent these equipment, rent the simulators in your local area. So Aviasim doing some pretty cool stuff around the United States, bringing these high level and highly detailed flight decks. Absolutely incredible stuff. Yeah, 100%, Scott. Yeah, 100%. PXN were there. We had to look at these again. They're on the video. If you want to check out our floor walk, it's available up on YouTube now. PXN, I was intrigued looking at this stuff. The yoke is okay. The HOTAS was okay. The pedal seemed okay. The throttle didn't seem okay. The problem you have here is, lads, there's no friction. Now, they say this is aimed at entry level. And you can really tell it's entry level. This is somewhere between, Honeycomb and SciTech and Turtle Beach. It's somewhere in between that kind of setup, right? But there is zero friction on the throttle. So the handles move up and they can actually just fall back with gravity. Not great, right? I wasn't impressed by them. It did a huge product lineup there, but it felt cheap. It felt cheap. And at least with Honeycomb, it feels premium. You know what I mean? Even the old SciTech gear felt somewhat premium. This feels cheap. And with no friction on a throttle, they didn't think this one through. There's no way even to adjust it. You know what I mean? Remember the Turtle Beach came out with Turtle Beach came out with the throttle thingy? Crap, like you don't want to be using that. If you push your throttle up a little bit, it'll fall back again. You can't fly with that. You know what I mean? It's good to see another player in the market, but I was not impressed by it. Just not impressed. Your man did say, look, it's their entry level stuff. You can get the higher fidelity stuff. I still wasn't impressed. It felt cheap. You know what I mean? So, not much more I can say on that. It looked impressive, but when you get up close to it and you start pressing buttons, like the screen thing was nice, but as I say, it feels cheap. Like if it feels cheap, it's cheap. It'll break. It'll stop working. It just will. You know what I mean? Big news, of course, from Flight Sim Expo is that in 2027, Flight Sim Expo is returning to Las Vegas, the city where the show was born. So Evan announced, yes, we're going to the Westgate, which is over in Las Vegas. That's where it's going to be for 2027. A lot of people were happy about this. Some people weren't happy about this. And I have a theory. I don't have any official news on this, but Evan did say, you know, historically, FSExpo moves around every year, right? They move around, different location, different city. But he kind of leaned into, you know, well, we might stay in one place for a couple of years. How do we think, or what do we think about that, right? Because he didn't say we're staying in Vegas, but I have a feeling we're going to be staying in Vegas for a few years, because, well, Vegas, through, you know, the world, is seeing a decline in tourists, right? So that's why the rates are better. They're able to offer Evan better rates to say, look, we want tourism, get your people over here, we'll get you a better deal. I imagine, you know, we'll get you a very good deal if you commit to us for a number of years. That's what I think. I could be wrong on this, but that's what I think. You know, Flying Winnebago, good to see you. So that's not confirmed at all, but that's what I think. So next year, 100% is at the Westgate. If you don't know where the Westgate is, quick look at our Google Maps. When you land into Harry Reid International Airport, right, if we come on up the main strip, right, now it's not on the main strip, it's slightly off the main strip. If you come on up here, here's the Sphere. We all know the Sphere, right? And here is the, where are you? Where's the Westgate? It's up, you're up this neck of the woods. Westgate Resort, Las Vegas. You're up here. So you're a bit off the main strip. Not very far, but like you're about a 10-minute walk maybe to the likes of maybe even 15 minutes. You're a 10 or 15 minute. Well, hang on, we'll do it. Westgate, get directions, and let's say the Bellagio. No, you're a walk, look. You're an hour's walk to the Bellagio. Now, Circus is, that's right beside it, and they're cheap as hell. Now, you might say, Jesus, you're an hour's walk down to the Bellagio, and like, you're not going to walk around for an hour in Las Vegas. It's too hot. You are, however, on the monorail. You're on the monorail, which is this ticket here, right? So you can get the monorail, which isn't far then. You'll be there in like 20 minutes or whatnot. And the good news is the monorail goes right up to the hotel. You know, monorail. So it's there, which is good news, right? You can get a pass for the monorail for about $40 for the few days that you're going to be there. So you technically do have free transport then. Not free. You have unlimited transport for your $40. And the monorail, I think, doesn't that run all the way up to Fremont, all the way back down again? So that's good, right? That is good. You can see where the monorail comes in here into the resort as well. So you're directly on the monorail. It drops you off literally at the front door, look. If we drop the little man down, can we drop the little man down? Yes. There's the monorail, literally outside the front door. So that's good. Now Vegas is a madhouse. It's a madhouse, right? It is mad, but, and you mightn't think it, but it is an excellent venue to have Flight Sim Expo. It's not everyone's cup of tea because, well, Vegas is Vegas. It's loud. It's, you know, it doesn't sleep. But there's loads of activities to do. And okay, if you want the, you know, the gambling and the casinos and the pubs and all of that kind of jazz, well, it has it in spades here. However, they also do a lot of really nice trips. Jepson every day headed out up this neck of the woods out for a walk. And you can get in over to the Grand Canyon, which is right beside you. So if you're thinking about, you know, Jesus, what am I going to do in Vegas? There is plenty to do. Plenty to do. In the area surrounding it. There's also a number of pretty good attractions in the city as well. You can hire a tank and blow up some stuff. Right? I mean, you can literally do whatever you want in Vegas. There's a couple of museums up the road as well. There's a pretty good museum. They have the Mob Museum up the road here as well. So there's plenty of museums. There's fabulous restaurants, all sorts of budgets, right? All sorts of budgets. You know, I mean, dollar pizza kind of all the way up to friggin', you know, Michelin star. And we're close enough to the Sphere to something on, but cabarets, all the shows, there's so much to do. You know what I mean? There's so much to do in Vegas. So one thing I will say, when we were in Vegas, we stayed at the hotel at the venue at the Rio, which means that you have ample places to go for a quiet area, sit down, have a drink, or go with a group of people and just hang out. Or, they go in having a bit of fun on the slots and a bit of gambling. It is good fun, right? Nominal stuff, like bring out like, $20 or $50 and that's it for tonight. Be prepared to, I've lost that, but that's all I'm losing. That's my advice. Black 17, if you're playing roulette, put it all on Black 17, 10%. But there's loads of things to do. When we were there, it was very safe, very secure. We didn't see any mad stuff, really, right? Because this is built for tourism. Now, mad stuff goes on. It's Vegas, don't get me wrong, right? But where we were, I thought was very, very good. It was nice. We were okay traveling around. We went to a number of different pubs. It is an experience. What happens in Vegas goes on the internet, Al. I think it's a great location. Flights from Ireland, we've nothing direct at the moment, so you'd either have to transit through the UK or into somewhere like Chicago or New York. There are direct flights, of course, from the UK. Pricing now, I had a quick look. It's around about 800 euros return per person right now, but you can't book it. It's too far up the road. I don't know. Have a think about it yourself. You're not far from the airport. Biggest thing about this, pardon me, Evan said, hotel rates are around $170 a night. And they'll also give you a $20 drink ticket when you get down there. But if you're thinking, look, this is just going to be too mad, I can't deal with this, there are plenty of quiet areas too. Remember, you're going as Flight Simmers. FSExpo, they'll arrange all their day trips. They went down to the airport, they did the ATC tours, and there are plenty of tours. You can head on out into the Grand Canyon, you can do heli tours. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. Even QA Pilot went here, he brought his son. He really enjoyed it. He said there was plenty of things to do with younger people. Do you know what I mean? So, yes, you have all the mad BJs that's going on, but there are plenty of places that are safe, quiet, nice, all this kind of stuff as well. Interesting to see. It goes without saying, I will be there 100% because I'll always go to an expo and to an FS weekend. In terms of booking, you can't book anything yet. My advice, would you book early? I'd book early if you can. You know what I mean? Aer Lingus did fly Vegas to Dublin, but don't know if it's year round. Yeah, I know. I think they stopped at Hans because it wasn't popular enough. You know what I mean? Because it dropped. But yeah, interesting to see where it's going to be at. But it's in Vegas, and I reckon it's going to be there. So let us see what happens there. So Nimbus Simulations, we're nearly done, lads. Nimbus Simulations, more information on their upcoming 707 in the world of X-Plane. We'll have a quick look at this here because they're adding in wing flex onto their aircraft. Lot of hype for this 707 on the way into X-Plane. And, prior to Microsoft announcing that they were getting working title and Inibill's working on their 707, I was very much looking forward to this. Now that we have an answer in Flight Sim 2024 on the way, we'll see how this one goes. But without question, Nimbus seem to be doing a lot of work on their 707, Are you going to the FSX, the Flight Sim event in Bristol? Yes, Surly Dev. So Bristol is confirmed. It is on. Definitely. We don't have ticket sales yet. They're hoping to get them pushed up in the coming weeks. Bristol is happening on October 10th and 11th. It's definitely on. I'm 100% going. I haven't booked anything yet, but yeah, I will be going to that event. All these events, lads, I'm going to try and go to. Only because, from my perspective, it's meeting up with the community. That's what I do. That's why I love these events so much. It's getting to hang out. So yeah, the Bristol one, definitely. And we'll see what we can do with a BAR event and so on. So yeah, Nimbus still working on. I don't have a release date yet, but yeah, I got to say their 707 is looking absolutely brilliant. 70 quid a night at the Westgate, including resort fee when I check dates around Expo. Yeah, Jefferson, 100%. Look at your own infrastructure, booking.com, have a look at that. And if you're able to kind of get the dates, a lot of them options should be free cancellation. Free cancellation, especially with booking.com. So have a look to see what your options are if you're going that neck of the woods. You know what I mean? If I want Vegas for that, would go via Seattle and see the Museum of Flight. But being to Vegas, not fussing on returning. Yeah, Fazilla, a lot of people are going to be like, once you're in Vegas, you'll do it once. You know what I mean? I'm looking forward to it only because I had a lot of fun at Vegas. Lot of fun, you know? So we'll see what happens. X-Plane 12 then, more information on their showcase. As I said, the panel graphics and also the scenery is what they were working on. So we'll have to wait and see. Scott says, spacious and flexible. The venue features a 35,000 square foot ballroom and the large Paradise Event Center. It boasts the largest single-level convention center in Las Vegas, making navigation easy for large groups who prefer to avoid navigating multi-level elevators. On-site dining, the hotel features amenities like the world's largest race and sports book, Edge Steakhouse, and Benihana, which provide great spots for post-convention client dinners and networking. Yeah, look, the facilities are built for it. That's one takeaway that I had from St. Paul. The convention center in St. Paul was built for it. There was hot and cold food on site. You can buy a beer if you wanted a beer on site. Plenty of restrooms, plenty of travelators, escalators, lifts, all that kind of stuff. I thought the venue was excellent. Close to everything as well, you know, so it was interesting. It'll be your 15th trip to Vegas. Jesus, brilliant. But yeah, so the X-Plane stuff, as I mentioned earlier on, the panel graphics, it's going to allow them to stop using OpenGL and push it into Vulkan. That's where the efficiencies really come into it. And then they were talking about, this is where it gets interesting, right? So they're talking about this tile engine with the wireframe. This is similar to what kind of Microsoft 2024 had. You know, I was amazed at how inexpensive the food was for a convention site. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Like, you get like a hot dog or like a burger for like $6 or $7. It was very good, you know. So yeah, X-Plane's new scenery tile engine. So this is going to be, it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. And I mentioned here about streaming it. You know, so we'll wait and see. X-Plane definitely have a lot of stuff working this year, so we just have to wait and see what they're doing. Interesting though. Grinelli, of course, we mentioned this with the F100D, the Super Sabre. It's now released. The trailer is absolutely incredible. I recommend you go watch it. It does have some music I can't play. We get in trouble for it, but if you want to be entertained by an incredible DCS trailer, go ahead and watch that video. I've just sent in the link. It's very good. Grinelli won the award for the best booth at FSExpo. SayIntentions won the best announcement. It was great stuff. And then speaking of SayIntentions, as we mentioned, what they have the new backtrack. They have chart reading, which is plate brief, and of course they have the chase plane spotter. Some really, really cool stuff. And a trailer here that they have from their FSExpo trailer. So Backtrack was one of them. This is pretty cool. I want to show you this. Look at the screen, lads, right? So if you ever mess up your approach, whatever, or if you just want to do it again, you can use Backtrack. See what you can do. Bring up the map, and you can literally see that you're literally clicking back to say, oh, bring me back to here. And it'll bring you back to there. It'll bring the aircraft and it'll bring ATC back there. Now, I think they're working on different aircraft. Some aircraft behave a little bit better when it comes to avionics and so on. So we need to. I'm sure they're going to be working on that. But the whole idea of Backtrack, click a point on the map and say, "Yeah, bring us back there." Boom. It's a rewind. That's effectively what it is. It's a rewind. Pretty cool stuff though. And it loads you back in, and away you go. You want to try it again, or you said, right, that was brilliant. That's what it allows you to do. The important thing is the ATC follows it, which is absolutely amazing. What we have here, the second reveal. This is the plate brief. This is pretty cool. Play music.
Amanda, please pull up our departure chart.
See the way it just brings up Navigraph. Boom. Straight up. Charts on command, and they automatically show the correct ones when you need it. Show me the taxi chart. Boof. Navigraph up on screen. Even on your tablet. How freaking cool is that? You know, displays the charts that you need when you need them. And, hey, I need to know what's going on here. What's the elevation data? Absolutely brilliant, right? Great stuff from Navigraph in this. Absolutely great stuff. And then the third one that they announced, of course, was the spotter or spotting. Check this out. See all the cameras? So that's using chase plane, but it'll do this. These are AI aircraft. It'll jump to the other aircraft that are communicating. How mad is that? You're sitting, you're told to hold short as an aircraft on a 4-mile final. Click the button, boom. Oh, there he is, look. Auto camera sync. Isn't that deadly, isn't it? So these are all the features that SayIntentions announced. They were super busy. Their seminars that ran were absolutely flat to the mat busy. It was just incredible. It really, really was. So I have to say, the SayIntentions news, it was just brilliant. Hey, Womby's here. Good to see you, bud. Thinking about upgrading to partner. Yeah, a lot of people signed up for partner. SayIntentions, as I said, like their AI ATC, it's constantly being worked on. They'll be the first ones to say, you know, is it going to be 100% accurate 100% of the time? No. But they're going to try and make sure it is. They're trying to do that. But it's all the other features. I've always said it. SayIntentions is far more than just ATC. But the ATC that they have the new vectoring, which is now terrain aware. It's aware of the terrain. They've baked all that into it. Plus you have what they call ATC version 4, which is how they do your routing. It's how they do all the voices, the communication. All of that's already included in it. And of course, we have the Flow Pro widget, which got in there as well. Mr. Tibbs, welcome in. Thank you very much indeed. The only thing with this AI stuff, they are now highlighting the amount of water and power needed to run it. So keep an eye on how expensive it could get going forward. Well, that was more kind of your chat GPT stuff and all that. But yeah, makes sense. But like Brian will tell you, the cost to run this, like he says, if he says it's eye-watering, the cost of running this. And you might ask the question, and people ask me the question, right? I'm going to stick to Beyond ATC because I don't want to pay a subscription. I get that. However, the reality is, SayIntentions can do all of this stuff. They can bring all of these features. They can further develop in like rapid fire because of that subscription-based model. If it was a one-time fee, how do you further develop? You're limited to what you can do. And if you look closely with Beyond ATC, yeah, they have a basic model in there. But if you want extra features, you pay for those. So it's, you know what I mean? So it's very much your own personal preference. There's no right or wrong in this. Don't ever feel ashamed if you have one versus the other. That's not what this is about. Does the product fulfill the needs that you need fulfilled? Right? That's what it comes down to, lads. And I think it's also vital to you know, something that me and Scott were talking about at Expo. And this is something I think as a community, we need to think on this. How do we solve this? The sheer amount of new people coming into the sim. And when you think about, you know, Jesus, how on earth do new pilots know where to start? What are the features? What do you do? What hardware? You know what I mean? Like, where do you start? Communities, type of flying aircraft, navigation, maps, ATC, AI. Like, where do you start? I think we all have, as a community, we have a massive job of trying to figure out better onboarding. And that even goes to the hardware folks. Something that me and Scott said, there was no one at FSExpo this weekend that when you approached their booth, no one said, what is the issue you have, or what problem are you trying to solve, and how can I solve that for you? No one had that. You know what I mean? We all go in, we look at the hardware, and we're trying to figure out in our head, will it fit? Will it work good at this plane? Oh, you know what I mean? Like, there's no one saying, hey, what are you actually trying to achieve here? And then, right, sit down, I'm going to tell you, this is how we're going to try and solve that for you. It's kind of weird, isn't it? You live here in Vegas downtown, quiet these days, hotels are cheap. There you go. Johnny Mon is here, good to see you. Welcome in, buddy. Hope you're well. If anyone says I'm not a partner, all I have to do is look at Murph. He was there. Johnny Mon is a partner. He is. Alyssa says, I'm fine with a couple of subscriptions. My issue with SayIntentions is it's either a big subscription or just entourage. A mid-tier ATC sub, I would be more than happy to drop some cash on. So if they had like a light version, kind of illicit, but like, where do you stop with a light version? Like, I only want ATC and what features of, like, then they have to really break it down. But I'm sure there'll be, like, look at, talking to SayIntentions, I mean, they're very approachable. That's the thing. Hey, can you think of this? If they can't do it, they're just, no, right? But if they, leave it with us, we'll think on this. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're very good in that regard. Like, one thing that was important that SayIntentions did was when it came to the AI add-on, that's what it brought you, the new voices, the faster response times. They offered that as an add-on rather than saying, right, you're all getting it and you all have to pay us more money. They chose against that model. They said, no, hang on. For some people, they're happy with just this, right? For others who want the other stuff, well, we'll make it for them, but here's the cost. And if you want it, that's the cost. And they've already adopted that model, which I think for a lot of folks, they didn't have to do that, lads. They could have turned around and said, right, we've built all these features and we're going to charge everyone a flat rate for them. And then, not everyone is going to use the features. Does that make sense? So they kind of have that already built in, but certainly they are very approachable. Hey, can I do this? Can I do that? Can I, is there another tier that could be made? Do you know what I mean? Mr. TPHI says, for their AI stuff, will they pay a flat rate or is it based on the amount of users? Because like a lot of things, lower the price and you can get 50 to 80% more subscribers, which will bring your revenue up way more. It's not, if they owned all of that, as in the data centers and the computing power, then they can do that. They don't own it. Their service providers, the AI world, if they turn around in the morning and say there's a 50% increase, SayIntentions have head scratching to do because their costs have now gone up. Do you know what I mean? Like, they utilize systems that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, it's impossible to be able to have that sort of infrastructure. Do you know what I mean? So they live in that volatile world of, if prices go up, our prices go up. If prices come down, they'll also come down. And they've already proven that. I think what they're charging today for the standard kind of subscriber or subscription, I think it's still cheaper than what was originally launched, 2 years ago. And like 80% more features, 100% more, 800% more features. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, is SayIntentions compatible with BizJets? Yeah, it's compatible with anything. One great thing with SayIntentions and Brian is they don't announce things unless they're ready to launch. Pretty much, yeah, they don't hype things for months. It's pretty much, hey, we've done this. It's pretty much ready to go. Sometimes they release stuff early to the partners, and they do that purely to get the initial feedback. It helps them out with a bit of core testing and just get a general feel of, okay, yeah, this is a good idea, bad idea. You know what I mean? All I would say is, if you have any questions, just reach out to them. They're very, very approachable. The whole team, they're very approachable. Just have a chat with them. Lads, listen, can it do this? Can I do that? And like, we saw it here now at FS Weekend. They are very open to working with the community, be it devs or otherwise. You know what I mean? Commander Freezer said, Murph, I had my very first flight across the pond using SayIntentions today. Nice. Yeah, McConnell says, look, yeah, it's actually gone down since I subscribed 7 months ago. Yeah, and there's more features. That's what I can't get over, Yeah, it's very, very good. I absolutely love it. Like, I love the product. The features that they're bringing, I mean, they have their own pushback. You can actually just talk to the ground crew. They'll push you back. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many features built into it. Moose says they're not only salespeople. A lot of the people there are designers, programmers. Some are only salespeople, but not exclusively. Yeah. Like, they had a number of seminars, and Brian did this kind of behind the curtain spiel where there was no cameras allowed, no recording, and he actually explained to people how the system works. I thought it was pretty good. $18 a month. Yeah. $18 a month. The only downside is that you may have to listen to Murphy. Yeah. I asked for a free year and they weren't open to that. Just kidding. Well, no, but we will again, there's a 24-hour free trial, right? I'd recommend doing the trial when you have like all the time to try it. And I feature SayIntentions a lot on the channel because I believe in it. I think it's an excellent program. And what they have in place already, what they're working on in the future, crazy. You know what I mean? Isn't that what we're doing here? It is, SoCal. It is. Quokka is here. Good to see you, buddy. So yeah, man, it was incredible, as I say, walking around. Like, some of the footage here we'll finish up on, bit of B-roll that was captured at the event, just to show you kind of around and where these places were. As I said, the exhibit hall, absolutely incredible. Meridian were out the back. This is the missus figuring out the camera. Meridian out the back with all their hardware, and you can see people using the Meridian hardware, which was absolutely incredible to see. And like, it worked. It worked. The screens worked. All the dials and avionics. It was absolutely deadly. So it was. So yeah, they just as you walked in, then of course you're over by Wind Control. They always have a massive presence at these events, right? That overhead, if anyone's asking, so the overhead from Wind Control, it's full size and it's heavy, right? One thing I'll say, it is massive. And they haven't fully figured out mounting options. This is not something you can put on a simple VESA mount. It'll come off it, right? So they need to figure out the proper mounting for this device. And even that device they have, I don't want to say it's proof of concept, but it isn't the finished product. They're still working on it. But I will say that for most of us, it's going to be too big. It's going to be too big. That's what she said. How did I know you were going to say that, Mrs. TPHI? Soap in your mouth. No, it'll fit on a VESA mount, but how do you support it? It's not going to sit like... Do you know what I mean? If you put it on your desk and it's leaning forward, you're talking something extremely sturdy for that to do. You know? Extremely sturdy. So it's going to need some sort of a frame. You know, listen for keywords. Yeah. You could put it on the wall, maybe. Like, you'll see this, like, it's massive. It really, really is. And all the other devices that are there as well. Like, they have cool stuff. They really, really do. And like, for the price, $349.95 US, it's for nothing. There's over 50 buttons on it. And to confirm, it requires 2 USB connections. One for power, one for the main unit, because everything else daisy chains into it. That's the information I have. It is 2 USBs. Then you have a solution like Mozilla or Motorola. Now, I love this. I think this is genius because this gives you the entire A320 cockpit in a miniature form. And this is ideal for folks who just don't have the sort of space. The problem with it is it's expensive. It ain't cheap. It's a couple of thousand. It's like 3,000 or so, you know. Desktop Pilot, I was very impressed with their equipment. I've reached out to them. I want to get talking to them. I was very interested in all the different panels. The trim wheel looked absolutely brilliant. Also, their panels, their throttles, I mean, they're a little bit pricey, don't get me wrong. Like, the G1000s are over $1,000, but they do have some very nice stuff. Some very, very nice stuff. You know what I mean? So we do have some options there. This was a full... I wonder, did Heisenberg ever get the... He was queuing up to have a shot at that, of a Cessna 172 G1000 full panel. Single control, but it looked very, very good. Now, if you wanted to buy that setup, which is not the computer, not the screens, just the panel with the... You know, you have your 2 G1000s, radio panel in the middle, all the dials, buttons, knobs, all the jazz, throttle, all your light switches, and a yoke. It's $14,900, or is it 13,000? It's 14 or 15 grand. Huh? Like, the gear isn't cheap at all. But Desktop Pilot, as I said, some of the components are cheap and cheerful. Really are, right? You know, you can pick up modules for like $200 or $300, but that gadget there, which looks amazing, that does not include the PC or the monitors. They're a separate purchase. 14,000. You know? If you sub or resub for their subscription, you only have credit card options. They changed that. That's what I was asking you. You can only use PayPal for annual subs. Murph, it was $6,000 for the mini panels. Special offer, it's usually $7,500. Ah, Jesus, is it $6,000? Jesus, Jefferson. I'll need to reach out to them as well. The whole setup, the whole setup was $25,000. Heisenberg, did you have a go of it after? You did. Where is this now? So say intentions, we're saying how do we pay for it? Pricing. So if you want to buy an annual subscription, where's the payment stuff? But Roy is saying you're saying you have to use PayPal. You can only use PayPal. Yeah, but can you not use a credit card with PayPal? No? Redman says, do you still use your motion rig? It's on my shopping list, but I fear it's a gimmick. It's not a gimmick. I use it every now and again. Anytime I have for flying, it's on camera, right? So the motion rig, it's not a gimmick. It does add an awful lot to your flying experience. But you need to know, are you going to use it? You know what I'm saying? If you use it and you like using it, it's not a gimmick, because if you enjoy the experience, you'll never get out of the second thing. All your flying will be in your motion rig. Photos by Kev has one. He swears by it. You know? You can use your credit card through PayPal. I have my PayPal account set up to be my debit card. Just Roy. So that's what you have as well, and it doesn't work. Interesting. It should work. Payment is payment, no? That's strange. But anyway, yeah, that stuff from Desktop Pilot, it's just class. Absolutely deadly looking stuff. So we need to check them out. Let me see. There's Stephen O'Connell, Navigraph. Here's altimeter motives. Lads, this is deadly stuff. So remember I was telling you about all these different panels, right? Now just to give you an idea. Shunk. See the price on this? See this one here? This is based on the Beechcraft Baron. See this right here? Do you know how much that is? $360 US. $360 US. See the one beside it? Go back there now, Jemima. You know? And we'll try and stop in here. It's cheap. So the 6-pack plus, $318. What? Here's the Cessna. This was $340 for the Cessna. $340 for the Cessna panel. See the way it's on a screen in behind it? But lads, you don't know it's on a screen. These look exceptionally good, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like with the flightsim.com stuff, you're paying 1,100 quid for this. Get out of town, will you, with your 1,100 quid. That's 340 quid. Do you know what I mean? Look at it. Look at the detail on it. Savage, right? Absolutely savage. So where do we go from here? Virtual fly stuff. They're nice, but they're like you know what I mean? They're very expensive. €555 for like a throttle. Oh, these are all right. It's just too dear, you know. The Navigraph booth. This is just B-roll that the missus did. Wingflex were there. Wingflex have some really nice stuff. Really nice stuff. Rosefire were there. Now, this is what I'm saying. With Rosefire versus Wing Control. Wing Control is cheaper. And it's bigger. It's a 1-to-1 scale. But it's massive. Rosefire, we've already tried out that the Airbus one, the A107. And I was very impressed with it. And it's a little bit more expensive, but not much. 150 quid dearer. But it is considerably smaller. So for most of us in our rooms are just, you know what I mean? Yeah. Plenty of things to see. There's the missus looking into the camera. This is Granelli. They had a savage setup. Granelli had a savage setup. Flying that Sabre, did all sorts of stuff. Friggin' exploding and all the jazz. Thrustmaster, of course, they had all their old lineup, and of course the new one with the new yokes. That was impressive. Miltech Simulations, of course, the lads were there. Echo 19, Tyler, we had a great chat with him. He was absolutely bang on, lovely fella, and all his equipment were there. Microsoft Flight Sim, like, look again, that's the overhead panel. That's the Wing Control one, lads. It is massive. Look at this. Look, it's massive. Absolutely deadly if you have the space, but if you don't have the space, you just need to consider that. That is not something you're going to put on the desk beside you. Forget about it. It's massive. It needs to go up above. It's an overhead. You know what I mean? That's what she said again. But it's really cool. Really, really cool. Absolutely deadly. Microsoft had tons of stuff going on there. We're over here at the National eStall stuff. They were very busy. They were doing different competitions as well. They made all the Moza gear up the road. Microsoft were doing the Red Bull challenges, the community challenges, and they were just doing some flights, right? Not sure who she's saying that to. SayIntentions, this is their own seminar on stage. That's Brian and Marijan. It was very busy over there. The entire weekend, it was proper busy at their booth. It was very, very good. I gotta say, they were flat out. Gleam Aviation were there. FlightLink were showing off their stuff. This is coming back by Granelli. GeoFS were there. Who else now? We've other bits and bobs here. Here's like the Wingflex overhead. You can just see the different kind of scales of stuff, which is class. Fly-by-wire were there. So that's that one. Have I got a second one? I do. So that's down by Wing Control, Thrustmaster. Oh, maybe I played all. Oh, I played the whole lot. Right. So that's all that. Very, very cool though. Like, absolutely deadly. You know. Jersey says, "Am I in the right live stream? I'm not sure. Is it normal or is it to one side? You know." If it's normal, well then yeah. If it's a vertical stream, you just need to go on to the other one. You know. So here's our video. Now I'll have this muted. Here's our video of the expo floor, and you know we got to meet up with loads of people in the community. This is CDL, community manager with Microsoft. We were talking about the Red Bull Air races, and then I went off and I had a shot at it, and I was crap. Womby, of course, was in the lead. Look, there's Womby's name. He was absolutely killing it. So we went off to do a bit of flying. I get extra points because I was holding the microphone. I saw the comments by Muse fan, by the way. You big Aegis. Lovely tuft out the back of your cap. Yeah, no one told me I had hair sticking out the back of me. Yeah, terrible, isn't it? But yeah, Muse fan was like, would you not just let someone else hold the microphone? And then he says, Murph will give out that he had to fly with a microphone when he could have just given the microphone to someone else. Brilliant. So it'd be great crack down there. It was good old crack. As I say, the Red Bull Air races, they're so much fun. They're so much fun. So that was it. We left CD, then we're checking it. This is the Moza gear. This stuff was class, right? Absolutely class. And see these helmets? The lads from eStall brought these. These are the helmets that the pilots wear. They're only about €4,000 each. Zach got them working with the sim, which is deadly. I will say this, lads. The buttons, the tactile response, or just the feel of them, very, very impressive. Very impressive. They're solid. They feel what they exactly what I've had in the plane. I know what they are. And same with the this module here for the Airbus. They call it the Moza A Airbus 3F. I mean, when you consider that versus what we have from Wing Control, I would say the Moza one is heavier. The build quality just seemed a little bit better, but I've no issue with the Wing Control one. I wouldn't say the Wing Control one is a bad build quality. It's very good. This is just heavier. It feels, I don't know, it feels a little bit more premium, if that makes sense. They're doing the same thing. The buttons all operate the same. These buttons felt a little bit better. They were more pronounced in terms of, like, you know, the texture around the rotary knobs. It was just a little bit better. And it's definitely heavier. But yeah, very, very, very nice. Very, very nice. Very same with the MCDU and the FMS. Heavier, and the buttons just felt better. It just felt that little bit more premium. Is the honest truth. They just feel more premium. And then we have that. Look at the state of that look for the F-18. That's deadly, isn't it? Very, very cool. And they're all powered by USB. They're not using HDMI at all, which is deadly. So they're the helmets. We came down then by National eStall. We caught up with the lovely Jane And she'd grabbed the microphone. She's dead right. Just take the microphone off, Murph.
Why should I switch from 2020 to 24? They love 2020, so just learning about, the differences between the two sims. So it's great to see newer people out here too.
Absolutely. Jane is an absolute legend. She is a legend. Great, always great to catch up with her. Again, we're looking at the overhead here. Then we come on down the road. Where do we get in front of now? We're looking at Granelli. We're chatting to Tyler. Fierce, nice fella. I want to show you down here. I want to just look at the wind control stuff again, because we do get a proper close-up of it. So now we're chatting to Gordon, L. Gordon from Navigraph, fellow Irishman. Gordon's dead sound. Lovely, lovely fella. But here's this now. Murph, what happens to all this hardware when you lose interest in flight sim, right? Murph, did you see Wind Control Lady accidentally slip next year's Boeing release? There was talk of the Bijani then. Now, here's a picture to show you just for, right? That's an iPhone 17. Just the normal size, not the Pro or the Max or any of that. That is a standard iPhone 17. If that doesn't give you an idea of the scale, that is the scale of the wind control overhead. 'Tis very impressive, lads. Very, very impressive. If that's the missus's phone, you messer. Hayden, good to see you, bud. But yeah, so like it's a big beefy machine. Do you know what I mean? Why didn't you have an arrow pointing to your head? The NPC one, yeah, I thought they were brilliant. I thought they were very good. So yeah, so like there's so much excitement. And now I got to tell you, lads, the buttons, the switches, all the rotary stuff, they felt excellent. And I mean, like, they felt excellent. Nothing felt cheap or kind of flimsy or fragile or brittle. This thing felt excellent. And to give you some ideas, you have your IRS alignment up the top left. You have what you would see from your GPWS, your ground recorder, oxygen controls, all your cabin calls, rain repellent. You got your fire and APU up the top, or engine and APU fire repellent. Your pumps, air. Everything is what you'd find in the aircraft. Plus, you have an audio panel up the top right-hand corner. Built in. Audio panel built in. Amazing. Roy, have a very peaceful sleep. Yeah, we better wrap it up. Jesus, it's midnight. Yeah, we'll wrap this one up here now as well in a sec. Take it fierce handy, Roy. But yeah, I think this is what everyone wants. This is what everyone wanted to see. We didn't get to see this at FS Weekend. We got to see it at FSExpo. And I can tell you, everything about it, it is absolutely incredible. You know? But it's massive. The mount they were using, I think it was Next Level Racing or Scalarchy or someone. Someone had the mount for them, definitely. But like, you can see by it just from the sheer scale. But this is something I would absolutely love. It'll have to go up there somewhere. But like, man alive, for $350, are you for what? Maybe they made a mistake in their marketing. They could have sold this for $650 and still made a killing. $350 for this, lads. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Audio panels won't ship with it. They are extra. Okay. The dude I spoke to said, what you see is what you get. You're using your hands as a guide. Shut up, you! One thing I will say, like, people say, right, you can only use this for an Airbus. No, you can't. You can use wind control equipment with the likes of Spad.next and with MobiFlight. I mean, I use the Boeing in a TBM. I use the Airbus in a Boeing. You know what I mean? So, like, these are just buttons. Yeah, you can use their own software and they should work out of the box in your A320 aircraft. But, like, you can make them work on anything. They're just buttons. The tiller was friggin' deadly as well. That tiller, man alive, that felt so good. The spring was fantastic in it. I don't know how well does it keep its, like, springiness, but it's awesome. Look at it there. Like, this was very, very good. As a tiller, that's how you steer on the ground, like. And of course, yes, the radio, the audio panels, all that jazz, just class stuff. Wind control stuff is awesome. It just is. It weighed about 26 pounds. Yeah, it's heavy. It is heavy. Where is this now? Where did we go now? That's the wind control stuff. And it's just talking to people. Jesus, you're right. Look, 6,999 special price. Oh, it's $7,000 for the Motozolo, but that is a full cockpit in miniature form. $7,000. That's up there. I need to get on to them, see what they send me one for the crack. I think, you know what I mean? Right now, original price $7,399. Ouch. Am I doing some shopping? No, I didn't buy anything. I didn't get any hardware. I've no room for it. But I want it. I want it all. That is so cool. But mother of God, like the price. Suits my hands brilliantly though. You might need to do some shopping. Yeah. No, like there were so many things there. I was really interested in the desktop pilot stuff. We were talking to Kendra here, and she gave us an insight into the whole shebang. And just like the amount of products that they have, they're a US company, they're making us stuff in the US. But like, I think the biggest yoke I'm looking at is the trim wheel. I was very impressed with that. I think Heisenberg said he'd some of their gear as well. It was very good. Very, very good. And it's what you find in the actual airplane. It's a plastic casing, but the materials are real. You know? You're starting a GoFundMe for a new flight stick? Brilliant. They're G1000s. This video was live on YouTube, lads. If you want to watch it back, because all the interviews are there. This is the PXN stuff, look. It looks very impressive. But have a look at this here, look.
Look at some of their other hardware.
Listen to this divil now.
Doesn't know PXN, these guys have been making hardware for sim racing for a couple of years, right? So they're not new in terms of hardware development, but they are new to the world of flight simulator peripherals. Now what we're looking at here, it's very heavy. It's plastic, but it is heavy. So it seems to be quite kind of, you know, unsure if you know, if we can you, we'll ask him later, but like you want to be able to adjust the friction on that, because like that'll just, can you adjust the friction on that? No. Okay.
Because this is only our entry-level products, so
okay, entry-level stuff. Yeah.
You can adjust it, but we will have a high-end products.
You have higher end as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Thank you. I will say, like, from the visuals of it, it's very pretty. Hey, how's it going? I think from looking at the hardware, this is somewhere between kind of SciTech, Honeycomb maybe, and Turtle Beach. Maybe somewhere in between all of that, right? Like PXN, it's, as I say, like the joysticks are quite nice, but if you look at them, they're very similar to what we've seen with Turtle Beach. Same with the throttle. The yoke is interesting in terms of like how much floor space it takes up. It's nice that we have some panel options in behind it. We've got a couple of buttons they can light up. We've got a park and brake. We've got a landing gear all built into the yoke, which is quite nice. The throttle, the only thing I don't like, lads, is, I mean, it's there's almost no friction there. That's a major no-no straight away. If you can't adjust that, you're at nothing. Do you know? You'd sneeze and the throttle would do something.
And that's pretty much the way they are. There's no way to tighten that friction. There's no extra friction when you turn it on. They just flap around the place, which is not good to see at all. You know what I mean? There's Mustafa. We got a chat with loads of people. I had a good chat with Mustafa, and it was great. It was a great insight chatting to Mustafa, because he's been at loads of these events, and it's you know, he's been to more of these than I have. So like my opinion and all that kind of jazz, it's based on what I've seen. Moose has seen more, so it was good to get his feedback on it as we were walking the floor. And yeah, Mustafa is just a sound fella. Lads, you need to check out his channel. He's brilliant. Sound fella. And the SayIntentions stuff, lovely folks coming up and talking to you. You know what I mean? Here's the Synaptech stuff here with the camera. I came back and did my own stuff, but you can see it, like the screens are so responsive. The sounds are friggin' amazing. And they are using wind control equipment. It just worked out of the box, you know?
That's a big 10-4, good buddy.
Whoa! Hayden UK, 12 months, buddy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cheers, bud. Thank you, Muse. I don't know why the shout-outs aren't working, but I appreciate that, lads. Lads, click over on that link that Muse fan put up. Please drop a follow to Mustafa. Just a lovely, lovely guy. Didn't see hardware for helicopters. No one had hardware for helicopters. Miltech were showing the BO-105 with a joystick. There was no hardware at all for helicopters. Very disappointed with that. Very, very disappointed with that. So we come over here. We're chatting with Brian on this one. There's Wombi, the famous Wombi. We were chatting away to Wombi.
Hello there.
And then Brian came over giving us a chat what was going on as well. Yo, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Brian just had, like, the insight Brian has is fantastic. And then we had a quick chat with Marijan as well. Marijan does, like, he's even when he's not working, he's working, you know. Corsair weren't there. No, there was no Elgatos. And they had them the previous year, Heisenberg. Sky Command. Sky is just, he's absolutely wild. He's very, very cool. The man is such a nice man. A wonderful human being is Sky Command. Lovely fella. Missed opportunity with developers, no heli stuff. Yeah. Like, Verpal do heli stuff. Why aren't Verpal at these things? Like, I really don't know why Verpal aren't there. It's absolutely crazy. Here's Katie giving us a demo of EFBX. She broke her iPad. But yeah, so that was the just a demo of what it is and how it works and all the jazz. There's Britain, MCO. Joel gave us a good chat about what was going on as well. We caught up with Mr. Square Lee, another absolute legend. Dead sound. And loads of fun. Had a good chat with Dreadnought. Dread is awesome. He's done like crew chief work with like the Blue Angels and all this kind of, just incredible stuff. I finally got to catch up with V1. V1 is awesome. Such a lovely, lovely guy. Usually doesn't, you know.
It's a lot of fun. The Sovereign it's a.
You're loving it?
I'm loving it. I'm in love with the Sovereign. Sounds, the flight model, it feels good. So yeah.
I've learned so much watching V1's channel. Just an amazing guy. Just dead sound. Nothing. You know, he's one of the lads. Like, he's a nice guy. And like that's to me, this has always been the huge draw to me at these events. Because you get to meet people, and I love that. You know, streamers, content creators, developers, and just flight simmers, man, members of the community. I absolutely love this. So that's Blue Games. Some of the Symphonatic lads, absolute barrel of laughs. They had incriminating footage of me the night before, twisted. Very funny. But chatting with Blue Games. Blue was flat out busy himself in XP72. Blue's an awesome guy. XP awesome guy. Like, it's mad when you meet these people. Everyone's so friggin' nice. Everyone's nice. Do you know what I mean? Just nice to get in front of. Have a chat. Everyone's approachable. Just walk up. How are you? You know what I mean? Very, very good. So yeah, we had a good chat there with Blue. We caught up with all the guys from Parallel 42. We've Kevin, we've Edson, we have Jefferson, and we have Ed. Great bunch of lads. Again, they're just hanging around. They'd no booth, so they didn't have to worry about that. They were just able to come and go as they pleased. Parallel 42 looked after the what do they call it? The media lounge, which was actually great because you actually saw loads of networking going on in there for all the media and exhibitors. Just getting to hang out in a quiet area, just to escape the floor, do a bit of networking, talk some business, or just take a break. It was really, really good. So yeah, Parallel 42 lads, great bunch of lads. And then we finished up having a chat with Nikki. And as I said, looking at the hardware, you can see it there. Like, this gear does look very good, lads. It, like, I'm telling you, it looks good. It feels good. You know what I mean? We just need to see this thing available. You know, we just need to see this available. But yeah, that video, if you want to watch it back, it's available on our YouTube channel if you want to go check it out. And it was so much fun. It was a great day, and absolutely a great weekend, you know. So that's going to call it for tonight, lads. We've done a fair old run of it now. I'm back tomorrow morning. That's the plan. We're going to stream at 11 o'clock. That's 10 o'clock Zulu. And I just want to check out some aircraft and things I've been missing. We'll have to do our briefing for tomorrow night's VATS flight. On Friday night, I'm going to be over on the MSFS official channel on Twitch. That starts at, I think it's 1800 Zulu, and we'll finish at 2000 Zulu. And then we're going to start then at 2000 Zulu on Friday. So our own flight on Friday is going to be about an hour later because we're going to be joining CDL and Moose and a couple of others on Friday over on the MSFS official Twitch channel. But we'll have our own stream then after that. All right. Probably going to take the DC6 for a quick spin somewhere because that got another update. Wasn't crashed, it seemed to be fixed. So I didn't really put out a schedule. I might do something in the morning, but just know tomorrow a double header, 10 o'clock Zulu and 1900 Zulu, and then on Friday we've 2 streams. We're going to be joining Microsoft official at 1800 Zulu, and then our own channel then at 2000 Zulu. About 2 hours after is when we'll jump in, plus or minus 10 minutes, so I can go and comb me hair, what's left of it, but lads, I want to thank you so very much indeed. It was a much longer stream tonight than what we usually do, but as you can see, there's so much news, and we didn't even get into the aircraft, so next week is going to be quite busy as well. But I want to thank you all so very much indeed for tuning in and for sharing your comments and opinions, and we can keep the conversation going over in our Discord. If you're interested, !Discord will get you in there tonight. And as I say, like the whole objective of this sort of feedback from Flight Sim Expo and indeed FS Weekend, it's just to give you guys that little bit more of the experience, what it's like to be there, walking around, seeing what's there, just to give you that kind of perspective. If you've never been, or maybe you're thinking about doing an FSExpo or an FS Weekend, they're incredible events. And I think it's if you ever get the chance to go to any of them, they're awesome. They really are. They didn't give prices, Spec Leaf, on the Moza gear. No prices yet. So we'll have to wait and see. Musefan banned you on Discord, McMancer. Oh dear, what did you do now? But yeah, need to get back into trucking as well. Yeah, there's loads of stuff happening. But lads, for everyone who came in with the raids, if you stayed, thank you very much indeed for the support tonight. Absolutely incredible. Thank you very, very much indeed. And we're back tomorrow. We're going to do some flying tomorrow, checking out some on air, checking out some new aircraft. And tomorrow night we have a VATSIM flight. And then Friday, a double header. We're with Microsoft official on their first stream. And then we're going to be doing our own stream then shortly after that. So it'll be busy on Friday night. So thank you all so very much indeed. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 1000 Zulu. Until then, you take care. You didn't use your indicators. Electricity must be expensive in your truck, is it? Christ! Oh no, a terrible accident! Jesus! Did you jump? Oh, I nearly passed out of the laughter. Did you just see what happened? Jesus! Leave it there. Oh, sweet something, God! Jesus! Medic! Look at this big E, just Jesus. There's nothing to see. No, there's nothing to see at all. Hey, they're the in-house yoggings. Time to turn, and we'll start advancing that mixture back in here now shortly. Come on, props.
Sync rate.
You're all right.
Sync rate.
Okay.
Up. Sync rate.
Give us a bit of air in the nose there. Nearly. Come on, Betsy, you can do it. We need the wind. Oh, bother. We need more speed. This isn't dangerous at all. 110, 120. Mixture in. The mixture's in. Come on.